Just 1 second. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, Maria.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon for the ones on the other side of the world. It's a pleasure to go on with the second day. Today we have a very tight schedule too, and to keep with the program, we will have 4 presentations from here till 10 in the morning for us, and we will start. We have 15 minutes too for the presentation, and then 5 minutes for questions. You can write your questions and commentaries on the chat, and we will try to respond to all of them. So welcome. The first presentation is Lina Brandt Correa and her colleague. We can give you the word now, so please.
Yep. Hi everyone. It's great to be here. Oh, it says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah, sorry, I sorted that out. Now you.
Okay, so I'll just share my presentation. So can everyone see that? Can you see the?
Yes, we can. They're fine.
Okay. Okay, so
we cannot see the full screen. We can see the
presentation.
Yeah.
How do I go to full screen?
We had the same issue yesterday. Somebody just changed the screen or something. Are you using 2 screens?
Yeah, maybe that's the. I'll try and turn off
using
this
the other
one.
screen or something like that.
Yeah. Let me try and do this again. Is that better?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. So today I'm gonna talk about some theoretical, methodological, and empirical contributions that I've done through my PhD work and further on my work as a research fellow at the University of Leeds. All of these, of course, build very heavily on Manfred Max-Neef's work. So yeah, the presentation will have these three parts: theoretical, methodological, and empirical. So I'll get started. Starting with kind of theoretical contributions. One that we think we've done is to conceptualize energy services, and it's important to make this distinction about energy services, not energy itself, as satisfiers of human needs. And we think that what that allows is to be able, once energy services are conceptualized as satisfiers, it allows 2 different things. One, that energy services can be provided in a different way, and I'll go into more detail about this. And 2, that energy as a satisfier, energy services as satisfiers can be, yes, they can be a positive thing, they can be synergetic, but they can also be a negative thing. And this is important because energy has been recognized for a long time as being very important for society, but that has led to a sort of blinkered view that more and more energy is always better. So energy demand is always projected and then met without questioning this. So conceptualizing it as a satisfier and allowing all these different types of satisfiers to be analyzed, I think it's important. So just to start with the first thing I mentioned, satisfiers can be a very interesting way to analyze provisioning systems. Provisioning systems are conceptualized within heterodox economics as a way of analyzing different modes of production and consumption, and therefore using the lens of satisfiers can be a way of analyzing our whole economic system. There's been some really interesting links to Marxian political economy. I've got a reference there for people that are more interested in that, but I won't go into the detail of that because that's not the core of my particular work. And then, as I was saying, if you analyze energy and energy services as satisfiers, then you can try and think about how we can do things differently. If energy services are really very important to satisfy our needs, how can we provide those services differently? And are they actually contributing to our well-being, or are they actually hindering? So that's sort of that's kind of the theoretical background of this. So in order to explore those different possibilities with communities, we adapted Manfred Max-Neef's human scale development framework and workshops to what we've called human scale energy services, or the HUSES approach. So I'll go into detail on into what the approach entails. So on the top right corner there, we've got Max-Neef's sort of original human scale development framework, and on the bottom and the left, we've got our adaptation. So the way we've usually run these this adapted framework goes a bit like this. We start by doing a conceptual introduction of human needs and existential categories. So participants are presented with Max-Neef's human needs, and we discuss these categories to ensure a common understanding. And then we go through the existential categories. For this, we use an example that we came up about a football player. This can be adapted to more culturally specific sport or activity, again, to ensure common understanding. We found that this particular example has been very useful in communities. It allows participants to understand what we're talking about quite easily. So this is the example that we've used in the past. In this case, it's the example of a football player. So I'll let you read the example. I think it conveys quite nicely the different elements that the existential categories of being, having, doing, and interacting entail, and in a very relatable way. So yeah, I'll just leave the example there for a few more seconds. Okay. Then the next step that we do is that, and this is sort of an optional step that we do sometimes, is to fill in a full negative matrix from Max-Neef. So using exactly kind of Max-Neef's framework, just to ground the approach in people's reality and what they're dealing with at the moment within these different communities. And then comes our sort of adaptation. So these are just some photos of when I've done these workshops, in this case in particular with an urban and a rural community in Colombia, in the outskirts of Medellin. So our adaptation consists in introducing at this point the concept of energy services. So they are presented as things that require energy, but that can be provided in different ways. So these are the energy services that we've worked with. So the idea is that we're not talking about energy itself. We're not talking about kilowatts hours. We're not talking about cubic meters of gas or anything like that. We're talking about the specific things, the benefits, or the things that we get from energy. And this means that it's much more relatable to participants than an abstract concept of energy. So we introduce these concepts. So we'd say something like, okay, how can we obtain illumination? And then participants come up with all the specific ways in which we do that, through electricity, through the sun, illumination coming through the windows, through candles, torches, and so on. We do the same with all the different energy services. it's been really interesting to note how participants understand these concepts very easily, and they also realize how they can be, how, for example, one thing can provide two energy services at the same time. So they would say, for example, a fire can provide both heating and lighting. So they get the concept of the service that we get from different energy sources and technologies very quite easily, I would say. So this is some other examples of when we were discussing these. And then what we do is we try to relate those energy services with the human needs in order to try and identify the most synergetic energy service. So participants are divided into different groups, and each group gets 2 or 3 human needs. And then they also get some stickers for each energy service. So in the groups, participants analyze each human need at a time, and they think, does this energy service contribute to the satisfaction of this need or not? So basically, they're trying to go through and understand whether a particular energy service contributes to the satisfaction of a human need or not, and how. So try to capture that discussion as well. Then there is space for discussion and whether the choices make sense or not. And the outcome of this phase is to identify which energy services contribute to the satisfaction of more human needs. So this is more or less how it looks.
Lina?
Yep. So this is how it looks. We've got the cards with the human needs and the stickers, and this is more or less what it looks. I'll show you the results in a minute when we get to the empirical part. And then the last section, the last part is, we identify the most synergetic energy service, and then we go through the existential categories as a way of taking the work into a more practical perspective of what can the communities do themselves to achieve a better state of provisioning of that particular energy service that has resulted that has been identified as particularly synergetic. Again, this is a photo of more or less how it looks. Just some photos there. So just to ground all of this that I've said in how do the results of these processes look. This is the sort of way we've presented the results in the past. So the stars are a community in an urban area in Medellin. The circles are a rural community. And if you've got both a star and a circle, it's because both communities agreed on this. It's kind of, so what we can see here is that certain human needs require more energy service than others. So subsistence, protection require a lot of energy services for their satisfaction. So that's reading down the columns. Whilst for instance, identity and affection, perhaps not so many. And what we can also see reading across the rows is that certain energy services are much more synergetic than others. So in this instance, for example, mobility and mechanical work, for instance, or information and communication were much more synergetic than heating and cooling. And this is interesting because this goes against, is a bit of an unusual result, because this goes against what's usually promoted in energy development studies type things, where the focus is on providing illumination, on providing clean cooking solutions, all of these things. But communities have, in this case at least, have shown that perhaps the focus should be on providing other types of energy services first, that those would provide much more synergetic ways of satisfying human needs, and perhaps will be more transformative for their lives as well. And then when we go to look at the different ways in which they can provide for these services, I think it's also interesting, for example, if we look at the last row here, in the rural community, they decided that mobility was their most energetic energy service. And they tried to think of ways that they could have, do, and interact to improve mobility in their community, in particular to move the agricultural produce to a location where it could be commercialized. In this case, I think the result was also interesting because it didn't involve the usual, well, we need more roads, that type of thing. The approach actually, they suggested to get together, be associated and collaborative, have certain equipment for a cable car. They thought a cable car would be the solution to deal with the very complicated geographies in Colombia. And they also came up with doing certain things that removed dependencies. And I thought that was also interesting. They were thinking of applying for finance themselves to do certain fundraising activities, to install equipment, to coordinate schedules and routes for collection. So I think basically these...
1 minute.
Yes, this is my last slide. So I think these results show that by characterizing energy services as satisfiers, we get different results that go beyond kind of the usual results that you would perhaps obtain with different methods. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lina. We have now 5 minutes for questions and commentaries. Yeah, very interesting presentation. John Clark, I can see your hand.
Thank you, Lina. I just wondered why I was hoping to see another source of renewable energy on your list of all the hot air that we get from politicians and parliaments. Haven't managed to crack that one.
Sorry, you were hoping to see what? Sorry?
I was just really joking. I was saying all the hot air that we get from politicians in parliament as a source of renewable energy.
Yeah. That's another way of providing providing heating or something. Yeah.
I just wanted to make a comment. I put a link to another YouTube interview which I did last year with a friend of mine who is a community activist, and which in fact, it's interesting because I also have clips from Manfred giving an explanation from a lecture he gave here in South Africa some years ago. And it's interesting in itself, but the reason it relates to energy is that I had to film it in the time in which South Africa was going through severe, what we call, power outages or load shedding, as they call it, rather unfortunate. And our South African energy utility is in a state of absolute crisis. And I would think that your presentation will be very helpful to us to actually try and make some proposals on how we can really get to grips with the appalling failure of the large conventional macro scale energy provision system that we've got in our country, which 30 years ago was very effective and a part of our transition in democracy, but is now is basically causing the further kind of disruption in our society. Just a comment. Thank you.
Yeah. No, really interesting. Just to add that you might be interested in keeping an eye on the work of Kate Bailey's and others kind of from my research group. She's done a really interesting paper on the case of the provisioning system of electricity in Zambia, and how because my perspective is more kind of from the communities and what alternatives they come up with using Max-Neef's framework, but Kate has done a whole systems of provisioning analysis of how these ways of doing electricity systems all around the world, but in the case of Africa in particular, are very much linked to international finance, and how that in turn, when you go down to the consumer, results in these very dysfunctional systems like the one you've mentioned in South Africa with the load shedding and stuff. it's not an uncommon situation, unfortunately.
Thank you, Dina. We have 2 more minutes for some questions, for question or commentary. Christian?
Thank you. Lina, thank you for your presentation. I've somewhat of a different nuance in terms of the use of the term satisfier. So I just want to check something with you. If you say a satisfier is a way of being, doing, having, and interacting that relates to a fundamental human need, then there's always the person involved in the satisfaction. There's always being and doing. There's always a person, and then the means that the artifacts involved in that satisfaction of needs are, in a certain sense, functional requirements of that, let's say, that act of expressing oneself as a human that satisfies your potential as well as your shortcomings. So a term that we've developed here is to term something a functional satisfier. Mm-hmm. That is more like an artifact. If you think for cooking, you can use electricity, you can use LP gas, you can use paraffin, you can use wood, or you can use soda. Each one of those things relates to the person in specific ways. In some, they have less or more choice. In some, they have less or more interaction with other people. In some, they feel insulted. In some, they feel proud. So the satisfaction is, to my mind, always something that relates to the human being, and then there are parts of that usage pattern, part of someone doing something for some reason are these requirements where the energy services come in. So it would be interesting even to say those things that we are not identifying in your matrix. For example, subsistence, some of those energy carriers, we know they were not related to freedom or to affection or so, but they do have an interface with that. It may be possible that if we differentiate somewhat, maybe not call an energy service a satisfier, but call it a functional satisfier, then you can compare them in terms of all the needs. Yeah. Because to get the food cooked, you need a specific temperature for a specific time. There are material requirements to these basic usage patterns of life. So maybe there's a little bit of differentiation there will help. That's what I want to do.
No, that's a really interesting point. However, we tried to overcome that by trying to focus participants on thinking about the energy service themselves without thinking of the specific ways in the energy carriers, right? So do you need to heat the space or things to satisfy your needs, regardless of whether that's done by paraffin or, do you see what I mean? So that's why the focus on energy services in particular is important, because we move beyond all these specific technologies and energy sources. So yeah, that's how we try to do it. But I take your point completely.
Yeah, but you answer my question. I think we are much closer aligned. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lina. Someone is asking if you have the presentations will be available, but Lina had published this in, maybe you can mention your publication in order to.
Yeah, so in the full program, where below the abstracts, there's a link to the presentation and to 2 papers that are the basis for this presentation as well. So yeah, they're there, and also happy to, I think my email is on the presentation as well, so happy to chat further with anyone interested. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna share in the chat the link to the program. That's where the presentation is. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So now it's time of Montagu Murray and Christian Poe. You can share your presentation. You have now 15 minutes to share your research with us. Thank you very much.
Are you seeing my screen yet?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Do you see the screen? Yes, okay, thank you. Yes, can I just double check it last time? You see the screen?
Yes.
Yes,
We can.
okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. As you mentioned, I'm presenting with Christian. We're also based in South Africa, and I'll say a little bit of who we are, where we come from, Nova Institute, just very briefly. Then I would like to say something about quality of life in the household context. We focus on the household. We will show how Max-Neef has been valuable to what we have been doing as practitioners. And then we developed an instrument that we would like to share with you. It's a work in progress, and we will show you how we developed the instrument. So firstly, the Nova Institute, our vision is a healthy household culture in Southern Africa. So we've decided to focus on the household as a social institution because the household is the one institution that we believe actually cares for vulnerable persons in society. It's not ultimately the state or NGOs or the church. It's actually families and households that does the most to care for people. And we wanted to understand more, how does a household as a social institution function, and what happens when people come to a household with good intentions and then something goes wrong. So ultimately, in this picture, you can see we believe that the professor at the university and the mother in the kitchen should agree that the stove work. And the agency of the households are very important to us. So the whole process of co-creation is something that we are very interested in. That's how we got in contact with Max-Neef. Just before I say more about the notions of Max-Neef that we have further developed, I would just like to say, in terms of the household, we don't only choose for one definition of the household. A household can be many things from various perspectives. So from a systems perspective, a household is a system consisting of a number of interdependent subsystems, including the household members as conscious human beings, the physical features of the site and the dwelling, and then the products and the technical artifacts used. From a human needs perspective, a household could be seen as a social institution that facilitates the actualization of fundamental human needs. So we were interested, because we focus on quality of life in the household context, we were interested in an instrument that can help to estimate the ability household members have to actualize their fundamental human needs in the context of the household. So Max-Neef's notions helped us quite a lot. We agree with what he said in terms of the fact that development is about people, not objects. Quality of life depends on the possibilities people have to adequately satisfy their fundamental human needs. Needs and satisfiers have to be distinguished, and then fundamental human needs are finite, few, and classifiable, and do not differ between cultures. That's all notions that we've taken from Max-Neef, and we've worked further. What we particularly feel that the distinction between needs and satisfiers helped us a lot, as well as linking quality of life to the actualization of fundamental human needs. What Max-Neef did not do, in our opinion, or what we could not use in the context where we wanted to work with these ideas, was to show precisely how needs are satisfied in a specific social environment. For example, in the household context. And we were looking thus for an instrument that's comprehensive enough to look at a notion or to look at a concept as complex as quality of life, but that's still limited enough to be practical and that can be used. So we started working on this instrument. The instrument estimates the ability household members have to actualize their fundamental human needs. And I will later say more about how this instrument works and what you see in front of you. But in brief, what I can say is what you see in front of you is actually the 10 we've taken. There was quite a bit of discussions yesterday about transcendence. We've included transcendence as a 10th human need. So we've taken the fundamental human needs, and below these needs are the household elements, and I'll show you how we did that. So looking at the processes that we followed to get to this instrument, firstly, we wanted to develop a conceptual framework to analyze the interfaces between needs and satisfiers. So we did it in 3 steps. We extended Max-Neef's fundamental human needs typology to include aspects of needs. So we, for instance, we took, it's quite intuitive, something like participation, we broke down to receiving and giving. Understanding has a perception, a cognition, emotion, and a reflex component. Transcendence, you might find interesting in the light of yesterday's discussion, once again, as we only to say that it has to do with the affirmation of life and to overcome meaninglessness. So we did this for this whole for this whole framework that we're using and brainstorming on, and hopefully it will get clearer as I go on. I will give some practical examples at the end. So the second step was to identify the constitutive elements of the household system. So we literally took from literature studies as well as our work since 1994 in the low-income context in South Africa. We made a list of hundreds of household elements, and then we, through semantic clustering, we brought it down again to 25 elements, and we in 6 categories. So the basic necessities include water, food, waste removal, clothes, etc. Basic activities are care activities, work activities, and rest as an activity, etc. And then what we then did is we took each basically took each element and we analyzed it in terms of all the 10 fundamental human needs with all their with all the aspects of the needs that we identified. So I'll further explain how it worked. So the second process was to generate questions to probe household members on their ability to actualize all their needs in the context of the household. So the aim was to identify the best question to assess the need actualization ability in each one of these 250 interfaces. And then we also designed the result chart to actually, to also have a visual presentation of the finding. And we tested the element, this instrument in quite a number of projects since. So getting a little bit more practical. So in a typical research or survey context, we will typically approach a household and we will not want to influence the respondent with a preconceived model upfront. So the first type of question we will ask about the element would be an open question. We would typically ask, could you please tell me extensively about the food you have? So then we will have a narrative type of version of that respondent's perception of food from his or her own perspective. But after that, you sometimes need to compare, because when we do household surveys, we do it in large samples of over 1,000 households at a time. But the quantitative type of information, how do you bring the qualitative and the quantitative closer together? So you sometimes also would like to compare qualitative responses. So the way that we do this is we would typically have a sample of, let's say, for example, 1,000. The sample that I've used here was 1,085 households for the general household survey. And in 4% of the households, it was about 46 of the households, we did the more qualitative type of information. And then, so how we will approach that is then as follows with a Likert style. Sometimes we use numeric scales. So we would typically ask a person on a scale of 0 to 10, how satisfied are you with the food you have? The other way we do it is with Likert style questions sometimes. Strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree. So then how we will typically do it is if to take the element of food, we will, for example, probe the interface between food and subsistence with the question, with the statement, I never go hungry because of a lack of food. And then the respondent can strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree. Protection. I'm satisfied that I usually have enough healthy food to eat. I generally find my food tasty, affection. I have the opportunity to share meals with good company when I want to, participation. I'm satisfied that I know which foods are healthy and which not, understanding. I'm satisfied that I have the knowledge to cook a variety of meals, creation. I seldom stress about my responsibility to provide daily meals, idleness. I can get good food to present to guests if I want to, identity. I'm satisfied that I regularly eat the foods I like, freedom. I feel privileged to have the food I have, transcendence. So on this result chart, you will then typically see what we've just looked at is the interface between food and the 10 fundamental human needs. So a strongly agree response would be dark green, the one. Agree would be green. Disagree would be a light red, and a strongly disagree would be dark red. So the Likert style questions, so you then have a narrative open question result where you have not influenced the respondent in any way, where they tell you what they think about water or food or waste or clothes or whatever, but you also have a result chart where you can immediately see on which interfaces there are what Max-Neef would call pathologies, poverties or pathologies in this particular instance, or substandard quality of life. You can then further take the individual results and present it as a result chart for a whole community. This is a result chart for a community. And you can ultimately also project, in this particular instance, we've projected with a 90% confidence where the majority of a particular community would agree with the 46. So like, as I mentioned, in this particular instance, N was 24, but it can be, obviously, it will depend. In the other graphics that I showed, we had a sample of 1,085 for the household survey, and we had a sample of 46 households for this result chart. Yeah, so coming then to the conclusions, the benefits of this type of instruments, we think it creates new possibilities for household members, researchers, and policymakers to understand and evaluate quality of life of households. For us, it's also in many instances a first step towards developing usage patterns that could increase the ability household members have to actualize all their fundamental human needs. So that's what you also typically find, because what's interesting in this, what I've just showed you, is that in each case of these elements, it's already expanded to think about food, not in the sense of just having your stomach full, if I can put it almost in the basic needs approach language, but that food is also a satisfier for participation. It also facilitates, there's also a transcendent component to it, feeling thankful for what you have, etc. Yeah, and then it's also a handy tool to compare quality of life in households in one or more communities. We found that in quite a number of the projects that we've done. And then it also helps to establish a baseline to measure the impact of interventions on quality of life in the household context. And I think that is all from my side.
Thank you very much, Montagu, for being on time and for the interesting presentation. Now we have the time, and if anyone wants to make a question, comments, or even your co-author, Christian, wants to make an intervention too. I don't see you all. Do you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Jan, yes. I don't see the commentaries. Okay.
Yes, I see there's a hand from Eugenio.
Okay, Eugenio, please. Go ahead. You have to unmute your phone, your microphone.
Okay. It's a basic question, a conceptual question that I really appreciate the effort in trying to bring these concepts to a way of formalizing real world research, empirical research. But in a fundamental way, I would like to ask you a question. How would you really differentiate in which is very difficult question, in very few words, the difference between these two basic concepts, you know, of fundamental needs and these other intermediate or satisfiers, so, you know, fundamental needs and satisfiers, you know. And after your question, I would like to bring you another perspective, okay? After your answer, sorry. I would like to give you a different perspective, okay?
Yes, I will. I would like to give it a try, and then Christian, if you would like to add, you're welcome. So a fundamental human need to me is a universal value that all human beings share. Whereas, what is interesting is a satisfier then is an existential category, ways of being, doing, having, and interacting. What is interesting to me in Max-Neef's article on this is that he actually calls food a satisfier. In a certain sense, that's interesting because a usage pattern in my mind is actually a satisfier. A usage pattern would be someone doing something for a reason. That's the existential happening, is actually a usage pattern. So if you look at the element like food in the context of the household, it's actually usage patterns related to food that's the satisfiers. And by bringing the element in a conceptual framework, doing a type of a pairwise comparison of looking at the interface between food and a particular human need, we are actually looking at usage patterns, hundreds of usage patterns. And those usage patterns then has to be observed phenomenologically, but also then analyzed. And the instrument is obviously, we don't see it as a, how can I put it, as a rigid answer to anything. It's an instrument with its limitations. So it helps us just to compare communities with each others and to compare individuals with each others in these 250 need element interfaces that we've identified. And lastly, in a sense, it also acts as a type of almost like, I mean, if one look at the, it's almost like, what's the right word? It's also a way of growing knowledge in these interfaces and keeping a historic record of new information that emerges as the process continues. Yeah, so it's not an answer in any way. It's a hermeneutic tool to compare results and to grow information in a systematic and organized way. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment on that.
Yeah.
What the unified theory of physics today is saying in the last 5 or 10 years is basically that we are really a realization of a very dynamic realization and sharing of information of the whole universe, you know, and that we are just basic entities. We are in permanent contact with the whole universe and sharing information with the universe, and the universe in a way is changing, and we are changing constantly, instant by instant, you know, because of the sharing of that information. So it's quite difficult, you know, to really come up with this idea that there is something that is kind of fundamental, which is not changing, you know, or is and that is different from what we have as person, or particularly as entities, you know, because what is in a way social and reality and universal is changing with our change, with our individual change, and we are all connected, you know. Probably I'm just making things very difficult, you know, but that's why I asked the question, you know.
Sorry,
Thank
can I respond very briefly in one sentence to that also? So I think I agree. I mean, what you're saying is very interesting and fascinating. I think in terms of, if you take numeric systems, there's many numeric, you can have a binary system or a decimal system. So we've taken the 10 fundamental human needs just as a means of communication and to have a tool to practically make these valuable thoughts, you know, valuable in practice. And I think that is our approach. So it's not our Bible. It's not the fact that we don't think there's not many systems that one can use, but we feel that this is a handy tool for us, and we would love to improve the tool and to you know, as time goes on.
Thank you very much. I'm going to let Gibran make a question. The last one, we have only a few minutes, but you're entering to the core of the theory, so we can go to that later on if we have time.
It's very concrete. Congratulations for your approach. I really appreciate it. I think it's very needed. So I have two questions. One is if you're also collecting social demographic data or some other kind of lifestyle data that could be correlated to how people score in the Likert scale. And the other one is if you can comment on faith, care, and intimate partner, because those seems to be the ones that are green or like more synergistic across all the questions that you asked. And yesterday we were discussing about spirituality and about all these care economics. So maybe you can share about those three things that appear very green in your chart.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think I should give Christian a chance to do the second part, Christian, because you haven't participated. But just in terms of the first one, yes, we've got on our database, we've actually focused on, we had a very big focus on domestic energy. So we have about 750,000 records of household visit and detail on energy information in low-income households. We also have a number of thousand on general household type of information. Yeah, so definitely, we're definitely linking it. And we also use, when we go to households, we use mobile phones with GIS type of coordinates, etc., so we can map results, etc. So, so it becomes very, and latest things that we are doing is also sensor technology. I mean, for example, if we do work on energy, we would typically measure temperature with sensors, and so we can see, for example, how many cycles a stove has been used in a household, and we can compare the instrument measurements with the feedback from the households also. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe
Yes.
Can I quickly answer the second part of the question?
Yes, of course. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so to briefly come back to the first part of your question, my impression is that we collected in those surveys a lot of standard of living data, as well as these almost perceptions on aspects of your life. And they agree to a great extent. People know where the pain is. I mean, it's fairly obvious. The interesting thing is that in the studies that we've done, we found those aspects that you referred to, intimate partner, body structure, consciousness, those things, even when people are poor and their material circumstances are not good. So in other words, in terms of subsistence and protection, things are not going well with them. They seem to maintain almost a spiritual health, that those aspects are still there. They are still mentally healthy human beings despite difficult circumstances. And I think it's a very valuable finding, because it means you must not, poor people are just people under pressure. There is nothing wrong with them they are not inferior in any sense. Those things that make us all human are just as present, and that's why we like this so much more than the basic needs approach, than these hierarchies of needs, because this empirically shows that those hierarchies of needs are in fact false. People choose for self-actualization in spite of being unsafe, struggling to survive. So that I think it's one of the things that we gain from this is that the whole hierarchy of needs is false and is dangerous.
Thank you very much. Honoring the time and the schedule, we really thank you, your presentation and the answers. And I think we have many more questions about it, but it's Gibran's turn to go on with his presentation. Thank you very much.
I hope this works. Is it working?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Super. Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you so much for inviting me, Patricio and Luis. I have been learning a lot yesterday and today, and I'm so happy to be part of this meeting. I didn't have the chance to meet Max-Neef in person, but I do consider him like an ancestor or as a kind of grandfather or some connection. Let me put the timer also so I can know. So I am Mexican originally. My name is Gibran Vita, but I work in the Netherlands, assistant professor there in the industrial ecology and system dynamics. So today I'm going to talk about how to operationalize human scale development to the macro level. So this is the common definition that I was always hearing since ever about sustainability, but I never reflected, or it was never taught to me that half of the definition deals with needs, but I never actually was thought about what do we mean with those needs until I read Max-Neef, and that's why it has stayed with me. So the common issue with the sustainability efforts right now is that they are outpaced by dominant growth imperatives and rising living standards. So no matter how much technical efficiency we gain, is almost outpaced by consumption. But a good proposal, as the previous presentation shows, is like if we refocus needs at the center of sustainability, we can actually understand and address many social environmental issues. And in this research, I made a like exploratory approach to try to apply human scale development from a top-down, economy-wide and macro level perspective, and examining the satisfiers provided by the economic goods and services. We will discuss about the challenges of this. Yesterday, Maria presented about the bottom-up, bottom-down approach. So two of the main things or main stretches that I present here is one is linking generic commodities to human needs to estimate carbon footprints, and the other stretch is depicting indicators to assess human need satisfaction. I would like to receive your comments or inputs on those two methodological aspects. And the motivation is, of course, to understand leverages for sustainable well-being. This means particularly to characterize the role of human needs and lifestyles for sustainability, and also to assess the impact and effectiveness of different market-based satisfiers, and in general, to explore how lifestyles can help decoupling resources from well-being. So how I understand the Max-Neef's human scale development, this is a graphical understanding according to me. So we have these kind of capitals that are the raw materials through which we derive everything through different strategies that we choose, economic systems, energy systems, and so on, to produce satisfiers that at the end satisfy needs, which produce overall well-being. So the powerful thing about this is that fundamental human needs, let's say, are universal or not changed, not non-negotiable, but the strategies and satisfiers are completely up to us, and we can decide if they are market or non-market, or if they are sustainable or not sustainable. And yeah, so one of the first steps to understand sustainable lifestyles is to understand what it is. Let's say that it's living well within Earth's limits. So then how to measure it? At the very least, to measure Earth's limits, we need a consumption-based footprint. It's a minimum requisite, and living well, of course, and requires multiple indicators because there are many things that contribute to a good life. So I'm going to talk about the footprint first. In this research, we used a multi-regional input-output model to be able to calculate these consumer-based footprints. So this means, for the ones who don't know, for example, if you have a phone like this, the phone has certain minerals that come from South America, Central Africa, and they are shipped into China, where it gets manufactured into a phone, and maybe India sends some packaging or some software and so on before the phone is shipped to the USA and consumed there. So this method allows us to calculate all the life cycle resources of water and emissions and toxic emissions in the whole life cycle of this product. In this case, the phone, but in this model, we have 200 generic commodities that are modeled. And this model is called Exio-based, which is the most detailed in terms of both environmental stressors, but also commodities. So the justification to do this, of course, satisfiers go way beyond the economic goods, but they have certain relation to the having and interacting domains, as many economic goods can function as satisfiers there. So that's our rationale, like we are limited to these two existential domains. The satisfiers, we can measure them through objective indicators such as inputs, let's say access to things, as Lina was discussing energy. But then the outcomes, the social outcomes, require mostly subjective indicators to measure the needs themselves. I'm going to put the pointer actually here. So I'm going to discuss more about the measurement later on. For now, I want to go to the first step, which is about how did we link these 200 market goods to human needs. So this step actually contains 3 steps. The first one was to have focus groups to establish just a 0 to 1 concordance, just to say whether clothing relates to subsistence or to affection and so on, and waste management, energy, and so on, with all the needs. Then the second step was to partition those that are synergistic. For example, if clothing people related to subsistence and to identity, we needed to partition how much of the expenditure will be for subsistence and how much for identity. So we did that through using ratios of higher and lower income or expenditure quintiles or deciles in the USA, because we assume the USA is a place where people are normally clothed, but it's also very unequal. So the third step, it was to test the uncertainty of this previous step. So we used a Monte Carlo simulation to see if this was generalizable for all possible combinations in order not to impose this USA data on the whole world. But it seems like it is generalizable because the hierarchy of needs didn't change. So then this is the first result when we calculate the carbon footprints of every country, but this is the results for the whole world. So we see like how the carbon of different economic classifications flows. For example, here to your left is the traditional economic classification, consumable, durables, and services. In the middle is more like the consumption perspective, and to the right is the human needs perspective. And so we find like half of the global carbon is uptaken by subsistence and protection, which apparently agreed also more or less with what Lina found of subsistence and protection to be very energy intensive. And then identity, creation, freedom, and leisure also altogether take about half of the carbon of the global carbon footprint. And understanding and participation are related to very, very little carbon, less than 4%. So another interesting thing that we're able to do through this method is to calculate intensities, or how much energy per euro or CO2 per euro is needed, associated to each need or to each country group. So for example, creation comes as a very intensive one, and it has to do because creation is also household production, like producing things in the household that requires household appliances and so on. And a little bit of the share of mobility and commuting has to do with creating in the formal economy. Subsistence is also quite intensive, whereas freedom is less intensive, and so on. And also we can see here the inequalities between, for example, BRICS countries or lower income countries and higher income countries. How much more intense or how much more disadvantage do these countries have in terms of intensity? Probably changing a lot, because this data was from 2007. and there's major energy transitions in some of these countries. So the next question is, how do we measure the well-being of a lifestyle? And here we decided to use a triad of indicators to kind of capture this multi-dimensional aspect of need satisfaction, balancing the subjective, the objective, and the values. So for each need, we try to find one subjective indicator, one indicator of value or importance, and one objective indicator. So for example, for freedom, we found freedom to choose as a subjective indicator, importance of freedom as the value that freedom has across countries, and institutional freedom kind of an indicator of human rights and so on. Then the next step after assessing need satisfaction rates was to test the relationship between the need satisfaction and the footprint of the need, and try to see if there was a statistical relationship and which kind of relationship is that. So for example, here you see if you see a line here, it means that there was a fit, and if there's no line, it means that there was no fit, a statistical significant fit. So I'm going to explain what does that mean. Well, I don't have time maybe to go into the detail of the 3 indicators that we chose for
5 more minutes.
Yeah. But if you can look at this, I just sent my presentation. I hope it will be available, and there's a paper also behind this. So if you can look at the indicators that we chose, and maybe we can discuss about that. You can give me your feedback, because there was some kind of rationality, but also sometimes limited to availability of data. And as you can see, for example, protection was so multidimensional that we couldn't stick to these 3 indicators, because it includes things from health to feeling safety to financial safety and so on. So by testing these statistical forms between need satisfaction and consumption, we are actually testing different theories or assumptions between consumption, footprint, and well-being. Like Luis talked a lot yesterday about the threshold and the whole history of this concept. And this is what we're testing by the different functional forms, whether some relationships are linear, threshold, diminishing returns, or non-relationship at all. And actually, this function, every functional form assumes a different theory of environmental sociology or macro. So I won't go into detail, but this is how also a way to connect the macro to the micro. And yeah, yesterday we spoke about the Easterling paradox and the whole discussion about thresholds, but I think a lot of this discussion misses the point that it is done around subjective life satisfaction, which is perhaps not a very good indicator of needs, because it's not a guarantee of mental health or emotional health, and well, for many other reasons. It has a very large genetic component as well. But anyway, so that's why the needs approach, I think, is more better and more eudaimonic in a way. So we do find a pattern, like objective indicators tend to be in a threshold shape, and value indicators tend to have no relationship at all with the consumption, which is also predicted by theory, and subjective satisfaction normally not, except for creation and freedom, which is interesting. This is a summary of all the results. From the 35 indicators, we only found 15 with a statistical significant relationship. So 11 of those indicators were objective indicators. I mean, from those 15 relationships, all of them were threshold, meaning there's a saturation point. 11 of them were objective, 2 of them were values, and 2 of them were subjective, freedom and creation. But 20 of them show no relationship. So if we normally say correlation does not imply causation, but maybe the lack of correlation discards causation in a way. Protection, identity, and leisure are a bit worrying, because they take a lot of carbon footprint, and they remain largely unsatisfied across nations. So it means that basically we're wasting our carbon in things that don't, in market solutions that don't deliver the expected social outcomes. Freedom and creation are interesting because they are the only subjective satisfaction that shows a relationship, which has to do maybe with the individualistic values and self-expression values that arise in modern societies. Maybe the carbon of these 2 things diminished during COVID. It will be interesting to see, but there's indication of that. Understanding and participation are encouraging because they take very little carbon, and they have like steep return on investments, if we can speak like that. So meaning they're largely satisfied at very low levels of carbon. So a way to use this type of research is to unlock different decoupling opportunities. We normally talk about decoupling this outer layer, how we use resources more efficiently through technologies and so on. But we really almost don't talk about how to decouple socio-political systems, for example, to provide sustainable welfare, public goods, and degrowth kind of solutions, or even decoupling need satisfaction from social demographics and consumption, as the previous presentation show how basically how resilient can people be in a way to override a little bit the deficit of these things, which is not a desirable situation, but it's also a resource that is there, kind of an inner human technology that we should kind of explore, I think. So these are the different leverage points. And yeah, so yesterday we're talking about spirituality and so on. Can lifestyles decouple well-being? Probably yes, depends on what you worship, how you spend your time, and so on. It can be a source of satisfier itself, or a mediator, perhaps. This research was based on this paper, Connecting Global Emissions to Fundamental Human Needs and Their Satisfaction. But we have other two papers that are dealing kind of with the same thing about lifestyles. This one in ecological economics has to do with backcasting and modeling bottom-up visions of sustainability and needs. And this one about Happier with Less has to characterizes with a survey similar to the colleagues before, how people reconcile lower carbon footprints with higher life satisfaction and even income increases. So I was very happy to know that some of your students from the Human Scale Development Program made a video out of our research, and this is it. This is another video, an abstract video. And I think this is the limitations of this kind of approach is that it's hard to identify false satisfiers because it's a macro level. Non-market satisfiers are excluded, where are very important. Footprints prioritize flows and not stocks, and it's hard to draw cause-effect relationships in general with this method. So some of the questions that this could answer is: which consumption is unnecessary, like the false satisfiers? Which are the human activities with high environmental costs that do not really deliver human flourishing? Which industries are essential for human well-being but could be downsized? And if we have exhausted the immaterial or low impact options that contribute to well-being. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Gibran. Thanks for this refreshing vision of human scale development together with low carbon and climate change matters. And this effort, and as you said, human scale development students may study your research paper. Now we have 5 times, actually we have 4 times for questions and discussion. We have one quick clarification: why affection is out of the matrix first, and then I will give the
because the participants didn't link affection to any of the goods.
Good.
Yes, so somebody linked the rings, like wedding rings and things, but then they understood it was cultural identity more than affection.
Good. Gianluca, yes, I think you asked for the...
Yeah, I couldn't change my name. Yes, it's Gianluca, thanks. No, I really like the presentation, not only for understanding development, but also maybe when you're teaching introduction to economy or something like that, all that data, the graph you showed, you know, how the cell phone moves from Africa to Asia, then to the United States and so on. I really liked it. But then the question I had is about that graph you showed with the carbon footprint. And the very bottom, you had understanding and participation with 1% and 2% or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And I wonder if those are absolute percentage or relatives, because I would like to see, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that maybe understanding and participation are very low already in our modern democratic system. So maybe the 1% and 2% are explained not because they're not carbon intensive, but because people don't participate and don't understand in our society. So maybe how do those percentages change if you show them in relative terms? That's the question. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a percentage, so it's relative to the total carbon footprint, but as you say, it's limited to the market option. So there's not many market options to fulfill these needs. But anyways, the ones that exist are relatively low carbon intensive because they are mostly like services, or they use economies of scale, as you see in the other analysis of intensity, carbon per euro. So there are actually not a lot of market goods deliver them, and then the ones that do deliver are kind of rather service oriented or immaterial. That's why they are also low impact. And also they do vary across countries. This was the global picture. Some countries have more, like South Korea, or I don't remember right now. But if you look in the supplementary information, you can see that countries actually differ. So that's the importance of capturing the stocks. The footprints only capture the flows, but I think a lot of participation and understanding is delivered through capital or through public goods that are built, like spaces to meet or spaces to study, which are not necessarily a constant flow, which is the burden, but the buildings, the infrastructure, and so on, which is next step for this kind of research. I would like to go. Yeah.
Thank you, Gibran. Lina and then Luis have the time.
Thank you, Hiran. Really good to see that, and really good to see you again, even if virtually. Just a quick couple of questions. I was wondering if the fact that, I don't know where you did the focus groups, but the fact that they would have been clearly within one cultural context, is that, do you consider that a limitation, and how big of a limitation that is in terms of no one relating any consumables to affection, or the way that they related those things to different needs? And then the other thing is, I wanted to get your thoughts on, what do you think about classifying all consumption as satisfaction of needs? Just to get your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay, the first question about the cultural limitations. The workshops were in Norway with people from Latin America, India, Norway, Europe, and like that, but still, I guess, a certain global class in a way. I have been repeating this a little bit inspired by how you did your workshops every time I can, in lectures or in Mexico as well. And just to try to confirm this, and it's actually normally the same. It's normally confirmed. The thing about the assuming that all goods are satisfiers is a limitation here that we can maybe not solve at the macro level, except for some goods like tobacco, alcohol, processed food, and so on. People really reflect on whether these are a satisfier or a false satisfier or a violator. But because input output is too aggregated, we cannot really distinguish where weapons are and so on. But this is one of the limitations, and one of the things I would like to also improve in next. Try to characterize a little bit which ones are dubious, at least, or which ones are clearly satisfiers, at least, and then which ones are like dubious, and maybe try to play with the sensitivity. But then it really varies person to person, as they say in the. I think Christian was commenting about the being and the really matters what you do with the.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Luis?
Yeah, very, very quick. So in the threshold graph that you showed, so my understanding is that this is only based on market goods or market services. But, for instance, the activity of the state varies significantly across countries. So in one country, say the UK, you have a very good national health system. Whereas in other countries, Chile, for instance, you don't have such a high quality system. So there is a lot of heterogeneity on the government provided services. So that surely will somehow impact, the valuations that people make. How do you reckon that affect the analysis?
The demand vector that I took in this paper, you can read it in the caption, actually includes government expenditure and non-profit serving households as well, in countries where there's like a government sponsored company serving the households. But we excluded business and capital formation. So just things that actually, assuming that the government expenditure and these non-profit serving households are the purpose of them is to satisfy needs. But yeah, if you look just at the household expenditure, government expenditure, I think, really matters. How much household spend directly on these welfare things, and how much is provided by the government. But in this case, we group all of these demand together to make the curves. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Luis. Now it's the turn of Alejandro Mora. I think you have the presentation to
Yes,
show.
I have it.
I hope
Yes.
it works.
Yeah, we tried, so it should work. It's 16 minutes, but
16. Okay.
yeah, it should be okay. One second. So, can you see?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Alejandro Moramota, and together with Tilstel Maja and Maria del Valle Barrera, we are presenting the work titled Fundamental Human Needs and Socio-Ecological Transformation, which is a reflection on methodology in a context of expanding tree plantations in southern Chile.
Sorry, is the volume okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
This research was part of a collaboration between the Right Livelihood College Campus Bonn and Campus Valdivia and was possible thanks to the AAD. I would also like to thank the organizers of the online workshop in economics, titled Reflections on the Thought of Manfred Max-Neef, who was a field supervisor of this work. The theory of the fundamental human needs has been well studied and analyzed and replicated all over the world. It's very powerful, and yesterday was the main or the center of the discussions. However, the methodology that is very much related to the theory is not as well known or has not received as much attention as the theory. The methodology was originally proposed or practiced in the late 80s and proposed finally in the early 90s, and is based on the separation of finite needs and context-specific satisfiers. The methodology originally was proposed as a part of a participatory action research based on workshops to define and assess people's well-being. We use this methodological approach to tackle our objective of how tree plantations expansion affected well-being of peasant and Mapuche Huilliche people in rural La Unión. This was the broader objective, and in this presentation we reflect on the empirical research experience of using this method in southern Chile. In the map you can see the study area in rural La Unión, where peasant and Mapuche Huilliche people live in between three plantations in green. The method of the fundamental human needs is built upon the matrix, the need satisfier matrix that relates the group of satisfiers of negative or positive or utopian satisfiers, and how these clusters relate to groups of needs, axiological and existential at the same time. A set of three matrices needs to be built: the negative matrix that synthesizes the elements that undermine the satisfaction of the human needs, a utopian matrix that synthesizes the elements that ideally would satisfy those needs, and a bridge matrix that establishes the path or the paths from one to the other. This is done through participatory workshop in a series that include previous workshops where participation is negotiated, where concepts, theory, and the method are discussed and analyzed. Then the assessment, where evaluation of well-being takes place, building M1 and M2 without the synthesis, for a further set of workshops where the synthesis is done and the bridge matrix is built, and finally a follow-up set of matrices giving and receiving feedback, but also linking to another set of activities. In my case, I run this kind of workshops in La Unión, in a context of a 1-year field research. I was 9 months localized in rural La Union, and in 2017 only I did 8 fundamental human needs workshops together with 4 other workshops related to the negotiation of participation and conceptual workshops, plus 3 follow-up activities. Other methods I used include participatory mapping, interviews, chats, document analysis, and these were done in parallel or before. The workshop design included a notion of participation that focuses on the negotiation and agreement on activities and concepts, as well as the notion that the participation goes both ways. The researcher participates in local activities and processes, while the local communities or local actors participate in research. This method as well has a strong need for facilitation, and the facilitators are crucial to build the outcomes of the research, and in this sense they play, or they are the interface between non-academic and colloquial expressions and academic ordering of information. So I involve facilitators from planning and designing the workshops to doing the workshops, and of course afterwards the reflection on the workshops. Um, the tools, the main tool that facilitators used, well, among others, but the main one was this design of questionnaires for facilitators that I constructed as a pedagogy of the method. Based on other experiences in applying this research, I adapted these experiences to build these cards, looking to transform the workshop into a conversation, following the idea that in rural communities of southern Chile, people have long talks with mate as an instituted code for interaction. And then it's easier to have a conversation rather than a more academic type of activity. The format is simple and it's a bit more work for the facilitators, but with the idea that they are prepared with certain questions to ask in each for each need. So the performance of the workshop here is a very broad synthesis of how we did the evaluation from, or or how we apply the method from evaluation to planning. And first we constructed the needs matrices, then synthesized them and constructed the bridge matrices, and included a voting process to see what was more important and what was more governable. This voting process led to the to cluster, or to identify the strategic satisfiers to work on, which were both important and governable. And from this, an exercise was done to plan strategic actions. After this process, I had some issues that I synthesized in what is some sort of a black box in the data analysis. And it's related to the way satisfiers are clustered. Clustering determines if a satisfier is, for example, a destroyer. Clustering means what is related to what and can be considered similar enough. Here you see an example just to see if A and A with accent could be considered the same type of satisfier, and so on. The point is that there is no clear rule about how to cluster. And then the only way to deal with this black box, I found out, was to report the choice procedure and to offer a justified choice. In my case, was context related. I dedicated some time in building a local history to understand how to classify somehow these clusters. As an example, so you see how this looks like. Here you may later look at them, but for example, lack of knowing and living the tradition, Machilong con Mapunggun, were declared as one satisfier, and loss of territory as other. Are these the same? Are these not? How would you cluster them? Another things coming from the method is that as I experienced it, it should not be applied in isolation of a contextual background. It should also be triangulated with other methods, meaning that it is not I mean, it has flaws and potentialities as any other method, but lived in isolation, it can lead to or mislead to conclusions that are not sound enough or not rooted enough. As a case, for example, in the previous slide, you saw the concept of territory, but if you don't understand what is territory for the people that is expressing this, then you don't understand the depth of what they are declaring. And this can only be grasped somehow with these other two things. This means that the researchers should have a thick understanding of the local dynamic and the local process. And also, ideally, the participants or the local participants require to understand the main concepts that are sometimes a bit too academic, and also the study objectives. Also, to enhance the quality of facilitation plays a crucial role. The follow-up activities that were beyond the research were very interesting to see how local communities and local leaders are searching for alternatives to the expansion of tree plantations, and are looking for ways of organizing autonomously inside the community. It's not an easy task, but these are somehow expressions that they want something different of what is there. In this sense, they are building territorial networks, and they are echoing regional and even national or even international socio-ecological movements. This is very important because in this sense, people really acknowledges these huge or broad crises that are all over the world, and how they materialize in their very specific places. In the case of rural La Unión, mainly through the massive expansion of tree plantations and several impacts that are related to this, like the most pressing one, lack of water. But instead of only creating a criticism towards these local communities, for example, are regaining or re-articulating traditions, Mapuche, Huilliche traditions, or organizing around potable water systems. And this resembles the pressing need for a socio-ecological transformation, since globally there are multiple manifestations of a socio-ecological crisis that in the Chilean development context are manifested in the massive economic growth that materializes in southern Chile in the expansion of tree plantations. Economic activity that triggers a territorial transformation which is disruptive for well-being of local populations. Hence, in a nutshell, a process of counter-transformation is needed. The emergence of local alternatives based on autonomous projects that look to satisfy the fundamental human needs could be at the basis of such transformation. The key question for us is, what is the role of the fundamental human needs methodology in this transformation? In the first point that I would like to stress is that as a par methodology, the point is to change it. The point is to transform reality. Hence, as researchers, we need to go beyond academia and engage with local processes. The second is that in this action, transformative knowledge might emerge as a transdisciplinary dialogue is fostered. In this sense, the fundamental human needs methodology can link academic and non-academic actors in a dialogue that constructs sustainability. Finally, to conclude, tree plantations expansion drastically affected peasant and Mapuche well-being. The fundamental human needs par-based workshop method was very relevant for a thick understanding of the local well-being issues and imaginaries. The method requires a contextual background and is recommendable to triangulate with other methods. To avoid a methodological black box, the clustering choice of satisfiers should be declared unjustified. Fundamental human needs can help in the process of building alternative futures based on the autonomous reorganization of local economic and socio-ecological models of using territories. The fundamental human needs method can contribute to a meaningful process of a transformative and transdisciplinary knowledge dialogue. Here are some references, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Alejandro is with us connected. So here you are, Alejandro.
Hello.
If we have questions and commentaries, we are on time for the next round of the next table, but we have at least 1 or 2 minutes to share some commentaries or questions.
Okay.
Lina? Thank you, Lina.
Yes, sorry. Alejandro, I was very interested in what you were saying about the facilitators and the training you did with them. Can you expand a bit more on that? And have you published these materials, or you know, because I'd be very interested in that process, because I completely agree the facilitation is absolutely key.
Well, Lina, thank you very much for your question. Are you hearing me? It's
Yes.
the sound okay?
We are.
Okay, perfect. Yes, well, first, no, it's not yet published. Well, I can share with you. I think this, well, we intend to publish in some time, but very briefly, the facilitation was done in collaboration with the master's program of human scale development and ecological economics, and then 5 students from this program who were linked also to the Right Livelihood College, 2 of them at least, and they all were very keen in the theory and very eager to know a bit more on this. And they were also planning to apply this method somehow in their own theses. They, together with them, I constructed somehow upon the initial inputs that were Maria shared with us yesterday a little bit of these experiences. I, for example, also took some of the inputs from Salina. At this point, it was not published, but now there is a publication of them that where you can really see like the basis. But the design itself was done according to the size of the groups. Every meeting, like, it was difficult to plan because it was very difficult to know how many people was attending to each of the meetings, because when I was working with people that have in the rural areas, and many times they have difficulties in transporting themselves, or they have their own agendas. And then, for example, you planned something for, I don't know, 16 people and 8 arrived. So you had to adapt somehow the methods and so on. But these like in general about how the process happened. But with this group of master students, we somehow plan design the guidelines somehow. And of course, I can share to with you the product or the final slides, so to say, for the questionnaire. But it was a questionnaire that was very much focused on a very specific and contextual application of the matrix. No, so maybe for another cases it needs to be adapted.
Thank you very much. If there is no other question, we can go to the next. Maybe we
John
can.
has a question. I think John Clark.
John.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry.
He's coming to arrest me, but anyway. I just wondered if you've got a bit of time, just to make an observation. From my long experience working with the Matrix and Max-Neef's work, I have to confess that as much as it appeals to me to use that as an epistemic or epistemological way of unpacking what people really understand, I was trained in theology and philosophy that you need to have both epistemology and ontology. You need to, and that's really get to the idea of being. And I found that, if we get people, as it were, ontologically hooked into the curiosity that Manfred himself has, using that symbol that I've got in the back here, that he talks about as being discovered when he tripped over, when he was in Uppsala, is a very useful way of breaking the ice. And I just want to suggest a very simple methodology that people do, is that I put it up just on a screen, blank, without all the colorful pictures and the montage that I've got. And I just, without telling the participants anything, I just give them a pen and paper and say, draw it. And it's quite interesting how they grapple with it. And I give them a bit of time. And I tell them, I said, you can draw it very quickly if you understand this substructure. And then I point out that these two lines of infinity, the internal, the outward, the journey inward, the journey outward, the contemplation, the action, and how we have these, these two, as it were, modalities of engaging with truth and understanding, the subjective, the object, however you wish to interpret it. And don't try and give too much, as it were, teaching about it. Allow it to be an exploration. And then I say, well, what does it mean for you? And without telling what it meant for Manfred or anyone else, and people come up with really interesting ideas, and they do get this idea of this Trinitarian thing. And then, of course, then I give them the history of how Manfred discovered it. But I don't know if people are aware, in one of my articles, which I've put up the link, when I gave another systems thinker who visited South Africa in 1998, Professor Stafford Beer, a copy of Manfred's book as a gift after he had given some seminars on his methodology of cybernetics and systems, etc. He said he had never come across Manfred's work. He was astonished to see that symbol on the cover, and he said, but that's my symbol. I discovered it 10 years ago before Manfred, when he was walking through Uppsala Park and discovered the same the same symbol, and he said that was a perfect expression of his systems consciousness of cybernetics and the whole interdependency and complexity, etc., etc. So that's why I use it so liberally, because it's not because I feel it's my possession. It is almost, I felt, a sense of responsibility to make sure that, well, I have the privilege of standing on the shoulders of two giants. How do we find a more eclectic, inclusive approach? And that's why I use the term a deeper recognition of the ontological basis of what's happening here. And I think that's perhaps why I found Manfred and I, developing a deep relationship, because that was what also drove him. That sense of that relationship between nature, humanity, and technology. So I just offer that as a way of breaking the ice when you run workshops, and I invite people to give me feedback when you've used it.
Thank you, John, for your experience and commentaries. I think we have to move on. I don't know who is Luis, the next one. I thank you all. These very interesting presentations, and I leave the Matthias Petersen to go on.
Matthias, yes. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. We are ahead of time, but I think since all of the questions that we have, I think we should carry on. So we can take pauses, we just take off the camera and go to the toilet or something. So I think we should carry on. Yeah, Matthias.
Okay, thank you, Luis. A good day, everyone. So in this session, we're going to talk about the scale in human development. And the first presentation, if I'm not wrong, is from Nathan, Gustavo, and Felix, a perfect competition as precondition to achieve the development of human scale empirical evidence. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, hello everyone. I will try to share the slides. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
So we will talk about perfect competition, and that it is, in our opinion, goes in line with the development at human scale. We will first explain why perfect competition is crucial for people best being able to satisfy fundamental human needs, and then we try to find some empirical evidence to prove this. Actually, perfect competition is a utopian situation in which an infinite number of small and medium-sized producers encounter an infinite number of consumers that try to best satisfy the consumer needs. This is like a small-scale economics or human-scale economics. And the long-term equilibrium in perfect competition is even magic. Because of the competition, there enter more enterprises in the market, prices go down, they go down as much as possible. At the minimum, they go down as much down as they come to the minimal level of the total cost curves. That means there's no cheaper or more efficient way to produce. That means that we have good products, best products at best prices. And not only this, since the prices are at the minimum level of the total cost curves, that means enterprises don't have great gains. They gain almost nothing. We say they gain only the opportunity cost of the production factor invested. This means everyone gains according to his or her effort. This is magic. So best product at best prices, what we call allocative efficiency, and also everyone gains according to their efforts, which produced social justice. That would even mean that a employer would not necessarily gain more than the employee, at least, or if he gains more, it's because he works maybe the weekends, has invested more capital, more knowledge, but he only gains so much more as he invested more production factors. And since the consumer can choose between many products and the producers can enter and leave the markets, we have liberty. So what's the problem? The problem is that we are usually very far away from perfect competition. We have structural market imperfection like monopolies, collusion, unfair competition, and the governments do not take up their role as they should to fight against the monopolies or the collusion or unfair competition, especially in Chile. I believe, or I have the feeling that here's a kind of misunderstanding of the concept of free markets as markets freed of any regulation. They think that markets regulate themselves, when in fact, governments have to take up a role to assure competition. But even in countries like in Germany, in Europe, where there's a lot more vibrant competition than in Chile, many people are upset because of the inequality and the unsustainability. In my opinion, this has to do with the lacking monetary neutrality. This is one of my favorite topics. I've written 4 book chapters together with Manfred Max-Neef on this topic, actually. I will just mention it a little bit here. Imagine we have a bank account and you put like $100 on a bank account. After some times, this amount will have doubled with interest and compound interest. So $100 will be 200, then 400 and 800. So the bank account will grow exponentially. This is even true for the whole of the economy if you withdraw the money, because it will end up some other bank account and generate interest. All bank accounts taken together, which is the money supply, grows exponentially, which we see here for the US, and we can see this in any other country in the world if we only take the time period long enough. And since there's no interest without debt, the total debt has to grow in the likewise manner. And here we see the total debt of the US exactly the same. It has to be the same since there's no interest without debt. This is a mathematical logic, and for some reason, this is not well understood in economics. Already, Frederick Soddy used to point out money is a credit-debt relation from which none can effectually escape. And the problem here is that this produces inequality. Here from data from Germany, we can see how financial assets grow. And if we take the total debt of Germany in the same graph, so this would mirror the deposits. This is the debt. It's the mirror of the deposits almost. It has to be the mirror because there's no interest without debt. The upper point, the difference between the upper point here and the lower point here, this is inequality. In my opinion, this is the most important reasons for inequality. There are other reasons like market imperfections, like monopolies. Monopoly can charge high prices, which we all have to pay. This also produces inequality. But this is the most important reason for inequality, and that's even an unjust inequality, because the person who receives money here receives it not because of his own effort, but because of the effort of this person. According to the theory, that should not exist. We do not understand this really because we believe that money is capital, money is a production factor, but money is no production factor. Money does not produce, money does not have offspring, as already Aristotle a little bit sarcastically pointed out. So we have a great inequality producing by monetary inneutrality. And also the obligation to grow has a lot to do with this system. Why? The debt grows, the interest burden grows, and if we don't want to lose status quo, we have to grow. And even if we are not indebted, we have also to grow, because any business, any investment that does not yield a return, at least as high what the bank would pay you, doesn't make sense. Interest is the opportunity cost of any productive investment. And this is why interest rate sets the rhythm after which the economy has to dance. This is even true for natural resources that we exploit. As Hermann Daly, friend of Manfred, pointed out, a little sarcastically, but very true, anything in nature that does not reproduce at the pace of interest rate is potentially in danger of extinction. Well, we could change it actually. If we changed this, then we could take out of the economy this obligation to grow and this strong growing inequality. Without this obligation to grow economically, society can finally start development at a human scale. And the gap between those who work productively and those who receive without working would get smaller. And the economy finally might serve people and not vice versa. Well, if we changed this and had like monetary neutrality and also get rid of all the market imperfection and to get as close as possible to perfect competition, then any growth would produce to development. Development here defined in terms of satisfaction of fundamental human needs. We would not have to grow anymore with a different financial system, but if we would grow, then the growth would produce to development. It might be that we are not satisfied in our financial set of our needs, so we can grow, but we don't have to grow. But any eventual growth would produce to development. Today we are here. Most of our growth goes to inequality because of inneutrality of money and because of market imperfections. And only a very few little part of the growth goes into development in terms of the satisfaction of fundamental human needs. So the best what we can do is even though the financial system will not change, but we can try to get as close as possible to a market structure as perfect competition. So a desirable human development where every person can best satisfy their fundamental human needs, we need to get as close as possible to the microeconomic notion of so-called perfect competition. And we would also like to assess whether or not a positive GDP growth rate fosters a positive development and see the correlation of GDP per capita and development. To best prove this hypothesis, we would use something like the human scale development indicator that I showed already yesterday, where we could try to measure or quantify the subjective perception of satisfaction of fundamental human needs. This indicator has still not been applied. So we used the Human Development Index of the United Nations and crossed the data with GDP growth rate, GDP per capita, and the Herfindahl-Hirschman Index, which measures market concentration, which is the contrary to perfect competition. The scope was we took data from World Bank and OECD and so on from 1990 to 2015 from 100 countries and used time series analysis, autocorrelation, and partial autocorrelation, augmented Dickey-Fowler test, and the cross-correlation function. And Nathan, please show us the results.
Thank you very much, Felix. Hello, everyone. I hope you are able to hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very fine.
Okay, thank you. The results came about after using the software called IRA, and these were the results for the developed economies. They have data that we collected from 100 countries. We separated them into developed economies, transitional economies, and developing economies. So the figure that we have here is a time series index for developed economies. And what we are basically seeing here is that the index for human development index does not show any cyclical variation, while in the other three indexes, there is a cyclical variation that is being shown. In terms of a trend, the red line shows the trend. There is a positive trend in GDP per capita and human development, while in the other two indexes, there's no trend at all. Next slide. In the economies
five minutes.
In the economies in transition, the human development index doesn't show any trend, while the other three economies, they show a trend. And it is positive in the GDP per capita and human development, while in the other the indexes, it is negative. Next slide. Then when we come to the developing economies, the human development economies, as usual, it doesn't show any cyclical variation, while the other indexes, they show cyclical variation. In terms of the trend, it is positive under GDP per capita and human development, where other two indexes, it is negative. Next slide. Next. When we come to autocorrelation shows the analysis between two data from one year to the other if there's dependence between the two data. So we have autocorrelation and partial correlation. And when we look at the developed economies, on the partial autocorrelation side, on all the indexes, there's some form of dependence up to a certain lag in all the three economies, that is the developed economies, economies in transition, and the developing economies. But on the part of the partial correlation, there's no dependence at all. Okay. Can move on to the next slide. Yes. I've already explained this economy. Next slide. The next one, and this one again. Yes. In the developing economies, also when you look at the autocorrelation function, there is some lags that have got significance, which has got reduced lag to a certain lag. This shows that there is
Hello.
The next slide. Next slide. Then when it comes to the correlation between GDP growth rate and human development in developed economies, it shows a negative relation. And this applies to economies in transition and economies that are developing. So we can move on to the next one. So here we also see a negative relationship between GDP growth rate and human development.
Nathan, I cannot hear you. But because of the, we are very short of the time, I will just skip the slides and come to the,
next slide.
Yeah, Nathan, let's just come to the summary of the results because we have only 3 minutes or 2 minutes.
Okay.
So in summary, we could find that in developing economies, in fact, market concentration is on average significantly higher than in developed countries, which means, in other words, that in developed economies, there's much more competition. This was our hypothesis, and we could prove it. We did not see a clear positive correlation between GDP growth rate and human development measured by the Human Development Index in all 3 types of economies. And a little bit to our surprise, we did find a clear positive correlation with GDP per capita and development in all 3 types of economies when development measured with the Human Development Index. Well, that developed economies have lower levels of market concentration. This is probably due to, because they're closer to the perfect competition notion. And this could be the reason why these countries are in fact more developed. That we see no clear positive correlation between GDP growth rate and human development. We can explain that in some countries we do have, and some we don't have this correlation, and especially in developing countries we do not have, we do not see a positive correlation between GDP growth rate and development. And this is kind of obvious because there's most of the GDP growth rate goes to the monopolies of the big groups, and very few of the gains comes really to the people, and very few of the growth can be used for developing in sense of satisfaction of fundamental human needs. That we see a positive correlation between GDP per capita and development could be explained first because the Human Development Indicator uses income per capita as one of its variables. Also, some authors believe that there's a bidirectional link between development and growth. That means more development fosters the other way around growth. Well, and actually, in fact, it's obvious because even though we have a market structure that makes that most of growth goes to inequality, some of the growth can be used for development in terms of satisfaction of fundamental human needs. So in the long run, and in countries with higher GDP per capita, this part is also higher. So yes, we see a positive correlation between GDP per capita and development. But in conclusion, and what we wanted to prove is that competition is positively correlated to development when we define development by the Human Development Indicator. So policy recommendations: governments should play an active role to promote competition and effectively enforce and applying competition law and reducing market concentration. So especially in Chile, we could, for example, stronger than now help give financial and administrative help for startups. So we have competitions, better competition between the firms we have more medium, small-sized enterprises that give some competition to the big ones. And of course, the 3 pillars of competition law: the prohibition of the abuse of a dominant market position, the prohibition of the collusion of prices, and unfair competition must be assured. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't overpass too much the time.
No, just 45 seconds. That's perfect. Thank you, Felix and Nathan. Any questions? Roberto? We cannot hear you.
No, same as yesterday, I think, same problem. You can write the question. You can write the question in the chat.
Okay, anybody else?
Okay, in the meantime. Well, I can, if nobody else has.
Luis.
Yes,
Yeah.
so aren't you assuming that basically every good sold in the market helps, like it goes in favor of human needs? I mean, there is of course the issue, you know, of destroyers. I really am not fully aware of the terminology, but you know, these old goods are actually not good for the, in terms of fundamental human needs. So you seem to be assuming that market competition will necessarily provide the goods that are fulfillment of fundamental human needs, but I think that's, well, even Max-Neef would say that that's not the case. So I don't know how that will, I mean, that surely wouldn't auto-regulate, self-regulate, would it?
No, what we said actually is that, like the markets work today, most of the GDP growth goes into increasing inequality and not in development in terms of the satisfaction of fundamental human needs. But yes, if we could come to the utopian notion of perfect competition, where there's an infinite number of small businesses competing with each other's, try to satisfy consumer needs and assuring monetary neutrality. That means we don't have the obligation to grow. Then we could come close to a development where every eventual growth would transform into an improvement of satisfaction of the improvement of the satisfaction of fundamental human needs. Today we produce many goods that really we don't really need, and they make us believe we need it. This is part of the obligation to grow. If we take this obligation to grow of the economy, then this pressure is taken off, and no one would need to grow by the logic to grow, which we have today, which is part of this rhythm behind all the economy, which makes interest as opportunity cost. If we take this off, then that would be the case, yes. But we don't have this in the world today.
So I have Eugenio, Gianluca, and Gibran. Let's see if we can get all those questions. But Eugenio, would you like to go first? I think you're muted.
There. The conclusions of the papers are very interesting, you know, but they just really prove something that we all economists, we have written in our front part of our head, you know, every time, and that we are always forgetting, you know. Pareto efficiency is a tautology, you know, and if you reach Pareto efficiency, all that you get is that you get the most utility possible and all the coordination of the economics, but you do nothing about the distribution. All that you're saying is that the things are being distributed the way they are distributed, you know. And given that distribution, you know, the thing is sufficient, you know. And what the conclusions says here is that if there is competition, then you are going to have the largest welfare, you know. But the problem is that the welfare is conditioned on that distribution of the endowments of the economy. So probably it's not very interesting in a theoretical way, the conclusion, but it's very important because it's reminding to us what are really everything that is behind behind our usual policy recommendation that we forget, you know.
Thank you, Eugenio. Felix?
Yeah, thank you.
Would you like to react to that quickly?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I was outside. So can I ask you a question, Felix, or there is no time?
Maybe just very quickly, Roberto, so then Felix can wrap up with the 2 questions and we can move to the next one.
Actually,
because we are out of time.
Eugenio did not give me a question, did he? Just comment.
Okay, let me ask you something. Okay, so it's very quick question. So I think there is a issue of causality here, you know, but think in this way. So you are showing the relation between growth and inequality. For example, this is one of the examples. You said that more economic growth implies more inequality. And we said in the environmental causeless curve that after a threshold, income threshold, you have less inequality. So it cannot be possible that if you are having inequality and people have a aversion to inequality, so they start to apply policies against inequality, so you will have economic growth and less inequality. So what is the problem with this, with our intuition? So, and why is different to the threshold hypothesis? You know what I say? You have more growth, you have more inequality, people have then aversion to inequality, and they start to apply policies to reduce inequality. So you will have economic growth and less inequality. So where is the flaw in this explanation?
Maybe because I cut it off at the end, some slides I originally had planned to conclude. Maybe I couldn't make really clear the point. It is not that growth should produce inequality. It is happening today in our actual system. But this is because we are far away from perfect competition and also because of the monetary inneutrality. If we had a different financial system and market structure coming close to perfect competition, then growth would not produce inequality and we would not be obliged to grow. This is, we can all, of course, the financial system works everywhere the same. We have this monetary inneutrality everywhere in the world, but what we still can see, we can see differences in the market structure. Some countries have vibrant competition compared to Chile, for example. And yes, we can see in those countries where more competition, where we're closer to the utopian notion of perfect competition, their development translates more in their growth. In those countries, growth translates more in a development in terms of satisfaction of needs.
Okay, Felix, sorry, I just trying to raise the general point of the relation between economic growth and all of these bad things. Maybe we can have this discussion after the panel. Okay, thank you, Matthias, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. No, thank you. Maybe, and you can continue if you like to comment on the chat and maybe continue the conversation there. But now I have to give the floor to Ines Aponte. She will be talking on shrinking worlds, understanding the impact of capitalism on our collective inner life.
Thank you. Am I able to screen share?
Yes, you should.
Okay. Apologies, because it was a very long presentation. I'm going to have to go and cut it in half. So we're going to start here. Can everyone see this? Okay, excellent. I'll tell you a bit about myself. I'm a facilitator. I've spent the last 10 years working with the human scale development approach, mostly to try and understand why it is that with all the knowledge we have about what's happening in the world in terms of climate change, we find it so hard to change our behavior. So on the basis of that question, I've been running workshops for the last 10 years with people from all sorts of groups, activists, people in the transition movement, people visiting the town I live in, which is a transition town, students, people in Europe working on community organizing. So because we have a little time, I'm going to rush through the first bit, which is kind of explains how I run my workshop. So, okay. I guess this quote is probably the starting point for this presentation in terms of describing the collective pathologies that we're suffering, which I thought was a very powerful way to describe the situation that we're in, given that we've spent so much time talking about our problems as individual problems in our society. Okay, so I'm just going to fast forward into what would happen in a workshop, which is that I ask people to talk about what they feel they really need. We do an exercise where we match those needs in, or the satisfiers into the matrix. And then I share the different types of satisfiers there are. And then we have a group discussion. And in the group discussion, we discuss what happens when you distinguish between needs and satisfiers. What role does each of us play in helping others meet their needs? What is the meaning of wealth and poverty in human scale development? And what is the primary condition required for the actualization of our needs? And on the basis of that, we have a really rich discussion, and people really get the idea of the difference between needs and satisfiers and what happens. And people really start to reflect on their own condition. So the actualization of our needs depends on a living earth. It sounds very obvious, but I feel I have to put it in there. I have to point it out to people because the economic system we live in is actually trying to help us forget that all the time. So some of the responses that we have are that it helps people break the spell of individualism. They say, now I understand why things aren't working, no matter how hard I try. Okay. Okay, the next bit it's not moving forward. Here we go. There's an acknowledgement of the systemic nature of addiction, loneliness, and violence, trying to live whole and honest lives in an alien system. The idea that people in the developed world are poor in many unacknowledged ways, so the multiple poverties that Max-Neef speaks of, being surrounded by pseudo-satisfiers, the economy requires us to overconsume, and what I call value schizophrenia. So the idea that we might have a set of values, but we're locked into a system that doesn't allow us to make the right choices. But also a sense of empowerment. All humans have a part to play regardless of income, we're all part of the economy. A sense of creativity around what satisfies we want, and a chance to revitalize our capacity to dream, and being able to start asking better questions that go beyond parts per million and GDP. So we've arrived at this point with a group of people, and they're in this formation now, thinking about the future that they want and the kind of satisfiers they'd like to see. And this is the point at which over the last 10 years, I've concluded that there are a number of things that present themselves as the biggest obstacles to a group of intelligent, creative, with young people or older people with lots of energy who want to change the world. And I have tried to describe that as the regenerative capacity that we have. So to build our dreams, we need regenerative capacity. And I define that as the capacity required for humans to adequately meet their needs in harmony with other life forms while restoring the Earth's life-supporting capacity, because it's no longer just a matter of us not using more than we need, we have to be giving back. And the two elements of that are place and time. And I'm just going to unpick that a little bit. So place is activated by access to land. Without land, we cannot create places for ourselves to live, work, play, and gather. So land is like the material aspect of place. But place is not just the land, it's also the meaning that goes with the land, the activities that happen there, the relationships we have. So, so we have place as in the material aspect and the immaterial aspect, and the various layers that we have and the relationships we have, for example, with the more than human life there. So it's really like land made particular. And I think it's really important to think about place in this way, because in the economic system we tend to present the acquisition of land as natural and necessary to a market economy. And we might be less willing to accept it as a given if we saw it for what it really is. It's actually the buying and selling of places. And this quote from Malcolm X, I think, is really important, particularly in light of the plight of Black people and slavery in the US, and the way that Black bodies were used to create the wealth of the land while not being able to access that wealth, and the acknowledgement that it is the basis of all independence. Time. We all have the same amount of hours in the day, but we don't have the same length of life. So I see time as being activated by good health, education, and support structures that enable us to develop skills and use our bodies, hearts, and minds to their full potential. Unfortunately, the less access we have to land, the more of our time has to be handed over to earn money to meet our needs. So there's three ways that I'd like to just very briefly touch on that I believe capitalism affects the regenerative capacity of communities. Rising inequality. So it means that we have to work more hours to meet our needs and reduce the time component we have available to other things. So if we do not own land, we can't benefit from the advantages of land ownership, both the capacity for placemaking and the growth in land value that frees up our time. And we end up paying exorbitant rents for housing, for example. And then we find ourselves in a rentier economy. Our consumerism makes us indigenous to the high street. So those figures there of spending in 2019 of $586.95 billion is truly eye-watering, I would say. And it makes you wonder whether, or why, if we need any of those things, should they be spending so much money trying to push them on us? But unfortunately, that is kind of like a huge part of the economy. What consumerism tends to do is shrink our regenerative space even further. It tends to foster the kinds of social comparison processes that, according to psychology professor Stephen Butler, are central to the development of market-driven identities. In order to feel good about ourselves, we're driven to consume, even when consumption fails to adequately meet any of our needs. And it seems like we're almost suffering from a bit of Stockholm syndrome as we seem to have such an attachment to these corporations that we spend our money on, regardless of how that's impacting the environment or even ourselves. Driven to distraction. So in Silicon Valley, the per capita income is very, very high. There's someone making a lot of money out of us spending a lot of time on our phones, phone usage at 5.4 hours a day, which sort of ties us into this attention economy, which is how our data is being used to keep selling us even more and more stuff. Not only are we spending more time consuming, we're also spending more time being at the mercy of advertisers through the use of addictive technologies. So this is just
five minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, well, let's go. So the economy becomes a bit of a prison. Now, I'm interested in what's actually happening to us inside. So Mark Lewis, a former addict and author, speaks of the reciprocal narrowing of environment and brain. So it's not only that the environment is shrinking, something's happening inside the brain that's causing us to have this reciprocal narrowing. So he speaks of it as his synapses fell in line in pathways and networks that had a single purpose rather than multiple pathways supporting multiple purposes. So this sounds to me very much like that narrowing of the opportunities we have to meet our needs, because currently a lot of the opportunities we have to meet our needs have to fall into the market economy. And he says this tendency has been studied as a universal feature of living organisms. So the sensory and behavioral specialities of a species get synchronized with aspects of that species environment. So both change together. So we are becoming a certain kind of people because of the environment and the culture that we're in. This is Dr. Gabor Mate, who sees addiction as a feature of society rather than the individual. If you understand human beings in their psychosocial context, what do we see? We see that stress is not just an abstract psychosocial event, it has physiological correlates. So again, that's talking about what's happening in the body. Something is changing in the body when we're under a lot of stress. And it's talking about that relationship between the outer conditions and what's happening inside, which I think is very interesting. Dr. Bessel van der Kolk has written a book called The Body Keeps the Score, which is looking at, again, what's happening inside the body in extreme trauma. So he's done a lot of work with people who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. And again, you know, we have to feel safe with other people is one of our conditions. And what we're seeing is that a lot of people are suffering from depression, not feeling so safe. And on a kind of mass level, those collective pathologies are creating a certain world that we're living in right now. So this notion of embodied cognition, the idea that it's not just our brains that are receptive, that we're working with and that we're responding to the whole environment. And in turn, we are in that environment and we are part of that environment. As a collective, we are responding to these outer conditions, and they're having a particular effect on ourselves, on our inner lives. So the questions that I have that I really want to explore further are: how might a collective awareness of our body's responses to our environment enlighten our understanding of current political events? At the moment, we're seeing a lot of fear from COVID. We're seeing a lot of fear about climate change. In those conditions of fear that have a particular effect on the body, are we able to have the correct responses that we need? And how might this understanding of the process of reciprocal narrowing, where things start to get worse and worse, allow us to find ways to create conditions for reciprocal opening? What are the leverages? Where are the spaces that we have to create? Where is the regenerative capacity we have to create for us to be able to be our best selves and to have the best responses to these conditions? And what might the collaborative response to shrinking and narrowing look like from policymakers and community leaders? How could we be working on this together? And in which cultures do we still find whole body, mind, environment approaches to problem solving? And how might we respectfully learn from them? And I want to emphasize the word respectfully, because we have done a lot of colonializing of other parts of the world. And in fact, capitalism, as I see it, is just colonialism with a better PR strategy. So,
1 minute, yes.
1 minute. Okay, so here we go. This the idea that if we have space for redemptive cultures, all life can thrive, and that we need to find interventions that allow that to happen. This becomes the economy as a web of relationships. And I'll leave the final word to Manfred. If it is the role of humans to establish values, and it's the role of nature to establish many of the rules. We have been breaking the rules for a very long time. My invitation really is to start thinking about how we might be willing to really become part of nature again, in a true meaning of that. And I think that means that we have to start feeling what is actually happening to us in the world as a collective. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Ines. Very interesting.
Okay.
Anybody has any questions?
Well,
John?
Inez, that was just wonderful. And I'm begging for more and an encore. I don't know what the whole presentation was like. And can I book you for a conversation on my YouTube channel to elaborate?
Of course.
Really, and I also wanted to ask the question as to you and to everyone else. I'm also a part of one of the other networks I'm part of is Jim Bendel's Deep Adaptation Forum. And I don't know how many people are familiar with it, but I got involved because I saw that the human scale development approach provided something to help all these folk around the world who are so concerned about the deep adaptation to climate change as being something that would inspire and encourage, and particularly to build resilience in the face of increasing threats through to climate change. Do you know about them, and have you any involvement with that?
I'm very familiar with Jim's work, yes, and I know a number of people that are involved with that, yeah. I don't know if I want to sort of comment, it would be too long an answer to go into that, because I think it's very interesting in work, but yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I have Gibran and then Luis.
Hello, Ines. Thank you so much for a very inspiring presentation. And I'm thinking just about the last part. So can you give examples of regenerative spaces? I often think like in the capitalist structures, there's no places for people in our age actually to meet without any consumption excuse, right? And yesterday we're talking about spirituality, which I think rituals were one of these meeting places where you can meet elder and young and very young people without the excuse of consuming. But I wonder some examples how you think what should we ask for to our governments, or what should we design ourselves?
Yeah, so in my work with groups, this notion of land and a place, an actual place, because I think what happens is all you need is to come together. I don't think it's incredibly complicated, but as you're saying, we have a shrinking of our public spaces where we can just be. But I don't think there's anything particularly complicated about it. I think it's about coming together with simply the notion of actually being together. I'm really aware that in the various jobs that I'm doing, in facilitation work that I'm doing, there is a tendency to be rushing and to come with an agenda and to come with some outcome. And I think at the moment with COVID, we want to catch up with stuff. There is so much pressure on people. And I would suggest coming together and just asking people how they are. How are you? And to just be together. And I cannot emphasize the importance of simply listening to people and the emergence that happens when people are simply really well listened to. And I think we very much underestimate the power of that. So yeah, I hope that's helpful.
It's very helpful, the concept. I'm just wondering if you had any idea on, for example, if you go to Cuba or Mexico, people are hanging out in parks and so on. But here in Europe, not anymore so much. There has to be an excuse or a context, even if it's not consumption. Something, because people, here in Norway, I'm in Norway right now, people are very, very uncomfortable just to talk out of the blue. So I'm wondering if you ask this space for government, for example, some government might supply a space that is paid for and is undetermined, so there's no particular agenda, as you say, just people come and go. But I'm just wondering, yeah, like how to convince or like who provides this space, or if you're thinking literally circles of people in parks, or like I don't know how what have you seen, or what how to
I think anywhere and everywhere, and it's always good to start with food and feeding people and celebrating. And I think what you're describing is that there's also a culture, perhaps in Northern Europe, where people are very obsessed with privacy. That's kind of how things work. To break out of that is more of an effort. But I think to assume that when you do, people enjoy it. So it's creating the invitation, but it's probably more hard work than in Cuba, I imagine.
Oh yeah, people's kitchen are also popular here, where you know, where people dumpster dive or collect the produce and then cook a meal. I have been part of such an initiative, and indeed, everybody from all walks of life come by.
I also think there's a really interesting question which I've been asking is the economy working for you? Because one of the things that I realized that when I was initially talking a lot about climate change and that you have people who are interested in climate change and people who are simply not interested in the environment and people who are not. But usually people are interested in their own well-being. If you ask them how they are and is it working as it is, then there's a kind of starting point to start saying, actually, what's not working for you is not working for the earth. And it's an easier way to kind of enter into that conversation with people.
Well, thank you very much. Luis, is your question quite brief, or because we have like 40 seconds?
Yes, I think it is, and actually, I think it was partly covered by Jiran's question. Hi, Ines, nice to see you again. But you mean by land? You mean like space, or you actually mean like land? Like, are you like calling back for like the commons in the?
I'm very much.
Like, what do you mean? But what does come from the workshop? Like, is people asking? I want to own land? Is it like we want to? Land not to be owned, like do we want public space? What do you mean by land? Just
I think what people are asking for is access rather than ownership. I think ownership is one way of thinking about land, and I think it's mostly access, and that the projects that they have seem to come up against this barrier, which is they don't have a place to go. They either don't have land to grow food on, they don't have places to gather in, they don't have anywhere to sort of start a project. There's literally a lack of places for people. The amount of projects I have seen not come off the ground because there is just simply nowhere to go. And so this idea that we have to start thinking about what is the commons, what is it that belongs to everyone, what is created, what is the value that's created? And that is a big political question, but I think we shouldn't shy away from those big political questions because otherwise the walls, they come further and further in until we start pushing them out.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's time to move to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Ines. Very interesting and stimulating presentation. Now it's Denise's turn on Indigenous Livelihood Portfolio as a framework for an ecological post-COVID-19 society. Denise?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I'll share my screen in a bit. Okay. Okay, so good afternoon to everyone over there. I think also here it's afternoon. So just a little bit about myself. I'm Denise Margaret Matias. I'm originally from Asia, but now working in Germany at the Institute for Social Ecological Research. And this presentation is an offshoot of my previous doctoral work where I worked with indigenous peoples, and I see that there could be some contribution also for an ecological post-COVID-19 society. So to start off, this has been discussed by previous presentations. We are focused on GDP, material wealth. And so we are also anchored on industrialization starting in the late 18th century, wherein efficiency has been brought about by the use of machines and human specialization. So what is specialization? So it's the pursuit of particular line of work, and this can be further divided into labor economy or knowledge economy. So for example, in the labor economy, or when industrialization has been set off, you know about this people working in factories, and then one person is assigned, for example, okay, you just put a button on the pair of pants, and while you have to do the quality assurance of this button. And as time goes by, you become more and more of an expert in putting buttons, for example, or quality assurance of jeans. On the knowledge economy, on the other hand, these are mostly us here who are academics or researchers who become more proficient in our different disciplines just because we continue to do research, etc. However, we see that in terms of reputation and in terms of compensation, those in the labor economy are called low-skilled persons, while on the other hand, those of us working in the knowledge economy are called highly skilled persons. And of course, there's this disparity of compensation that the low-skilled workers also get low pay and the high-skilled workers get higher pay. And going back to Max-Neef's barefoot economics, he mentioned about the invisible. So this is from his book in 1982, From the Outside Looking In. And he talked about these people who are called the masses and who form the backbone of just about any labor work and enables us, especially those in the knowledge economy, to do our work efficiently. So to quote him, invisibles are the nameless carriers of history. So the masses on whose backs economists, sociologists, and historians construe their precious abstractions, which dissolve into thin air long before they touch the earth. So somewhat we can say that these are the people who subsidize our work. They enable us do our work just by doing their work. And generally speaking, we say that the higher skilled you are, the higher pay you have, and then the lower skilled you are, the lower pay you have. And so how does this high and low skills interact? So the high skilled workers pay low skilled people to do labor work. So for example, here in Germany, you have a cleaning lady who will come to your house and then you just pay 10 euros per hour, 15 euros per hour. They will take the trash out for you. They will iron your clothes. Or in Asia, for example, it's very much standard that even middle class homes will have a helper who stays in the house, who does all the cooking, who does the groceries, etc. And in the process, high-skilled workers, yes, we get high pay, but we lose traditional skills. So maybe skills such as learning how to iron, for example, or learning how to sew clothes. And the low-paid workers, so the low-skilled workers, essentially just get locked into low skills, since we do not have also this opportunity for much opportunity for social mobility. Or in any case, it's a cycle, and reputational wise, people also don't want to do the low-skilled labor work because it's just lower reputation. And now this is something that I want to ask all of you. So if you have your smartphones, I would like to invite you to get your smartphones. Go to menti.com. I'm going to do that right now and use the code. Enter the code 4417229. 4417229. And please answer the question. Can I still proficiently do labor tasks like sewing, changing tires, ironing, etc.? And please submit your answer just to take a look at how we actually also feel in terms of doing labor tasks. Let me check now.
Sorry, can you share the number again?
Okay. Hold on, I'm going to share it now. I'm going to share the sample screen. Okay. Hold on, Luis. It's here. Okay, can I still proficiently do labor tasks like sewing, etc.? Yes. So far, people say yes. So 7 has said yes. 2 has said no. it's still increasing. So let's see. All right, so I think at least 8 of us have said yes, that we can still proficiently do labor tasks. Now it's increased to 10, and around also, okay, now it has increased. So don't worry about this. Your answers will not be traced back to you, so you can just speak honestly if it's a yes or no. Yeah, okay. So you can still later on vote on this, and we can also go back to it in case anyone is interested. So then let's go back to our presentation. All right. Okay. So thank you for participating. And now, another question that came up from industrialization is, how about mechanization? So you will see here, you know, like maybe it's possible in the future we'll be breastfed by robots. But this means that we also lose our connection foremost with other people. Or secondly, we lose also our connection to nature. And going now to indigenous livelihoods and how there is this sort of pattern in the way of life, we see that first and foremost, they have a subsistence way of living, meaning that they just get whatever they need for themselves. If there's a surplus, now this happens, they go into trading. So some of them go to community forestry enterprises, meaning they sell extra bananas or extra coconuts, more than what they need. And basically, this is how it looks like in terms of their livelihoods. However, we also see that their livelihoods are diversified. So I'm sure most of you, or yeah, probably with my investment consultant would say, like, don't put your eggs in one basket. Just, you know, your investment, you try to diversify it, put it in different products. And so we also see this with indigenous life. Yeah. 5 more minutes.
Just 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. And so we see this, that also indigenous peoples have diversified livelihoods, because most of where they get their food from, these are seasonal. And also they get to practice different skills because of this seasonal type of livelihood. And so here we say, in terms of our skills, we use it or we lose it. And with seasonal work, we could see that there is perhaps a possibility that skill proficiency can be preserved, because you get to use it once in a while. And also perhaps better satisfaction, because if you put yourself in the position of someone in a factory just putting buttons day in and day out, how would you feel? And also, if we all have this diversified type of work, also mixing up knowledge with labor work, for example, we get to develop our empathy, meaning that we understand what that guy who is taking that trash for his everyday living, and not just seeing him as, yeah, this low-skilled guy who is taking trash out. And again, also the same with those other labor workers, since we know what they are going through. I put here exacto, meaning that probably we also just get by with enough. So just with, like with the indigenous peoples, they just get enough for themselves. And again, there's no need to earn more money. So as Ines also mentioned this earlier on, you know, with the access to land, there's no real pressure to get more money so that you can actually pay a lower skilled person to do stuff for you. And at the end, we see that well-being probably would be much higher. And so this is just an example here in Germany. It's called Tandemploy. So this is a platform wherein you can also anonymously say that I want to have to share my 100% job with another person. So I will just do 50%, and then now I could do whatever projects that I have. And especially now in post-COVID society, we see, or even just now, presently in the COVID society, COVID-19 society, a lot of people lost their jobs. But us working in the academe, I think most of us still have 100% of our jobs. And so there are those who do not have any job at all. But of course, here comes again the question of expertise. So, but just know that there's this already has started here in Germany, that you could share your job in case you just want to pursue other interests. So, and their question is, should it be life that fits into work or work that fits into life? And again, if we go back to our roots, we can try to level up our consumption as well with the regeneration of, as the indigenous peoples do, that normally do their consumption is just enough to allow regeneration of environmental resources. So we start our work. Yeah, 1 more minute.
1 minute, Denise.
Yeah. And so again, maybe we can start with just work-life balance. And as Deloitte said, the millennials really wanted to have this for themselves. And with Manfred Max-Neef saying, I believe in local action and in small dimensions. It is only in such environments that human creativity and meaningful identities can truly surface and flourish. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Denise. Very interesting presentation. Any questions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Alfredo mentioned here, regarding the Menti question, the key factor is what is proficiently. I guess when you say proficiently, it's something that you no longer, for example, if you cook, you no longer need a cookbook, or you no longer need to think about it, but you can do it in just one snap like this. So that would be the answer to that.
It's just that I can repair my clothes when it's very urgent and an emergency, but normally I don't do it. Or, iron my clothes. But yeah, cook, I'll do it most of the week. So that's the main issue. No? Proficiently, I don't do all the labor work, but I can do some of them sometimes.
Nice to know, yeah.
Maria?
Hello?
Maria, yes.
Yes, just thank you, Denise. I just wanted to comment that at the beginning, when the authors start making the theory and looking for, in these first workshops, looking for resources that they call satisfiers, the first resource they found that is the most energetic one was work. But the difference between work and employment, because work is where the man put all her abilities into transform the environment. So work, and then one of them developed a theory, Martin Hoppenheim, about the work itself. So it's a very important issue regarding how much we as human beings put into the transformation of our environment, and how are we going to deal with that in the future, not only because of COVID, but also because of the changing world and technologies, but to make the difference between how we need unemployment to get an income and to survive, it is very different with the potentiality that we as human beings have in putting all our abilities into the transformation of the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think that's an important point. And if I remember correctly, do you hear me? Yeah. There is this work in Yale University that actually identifies work or employment first in three types of tiers. Is it just a job that gives you money? Or is it career that gives you a little bit of fulfillment? Or lastly, is it passion? So, and I guess for all of us, these are different, even if you are in a high skilled or higher pay job or employment, or it's very different in terms of the motivation, whether it's only a job or it's a career or a passion.
Thank you. There's still some time for another question. Eugenio?
Yes, a commentary on the common thread that I think through all the last presentation, Felix, Denise, and Ines, and it comes from what Denise mentioned, all those that Manfred Max-Neef mentioned in his book, all these big amount of people, the large proportion of the population that are the backbone of the economy. And why are they end up in that luck situation? It's basically related with something that was talked yesterday, with the power and the distribution of the wealth that is created in the economy, because what happened at the end is that people is not paid or inputs are not paid to their marginal productivity. And why that happened is basically because it's a power that is allowing that to do it. Is that the power that makes parliament and politicians to set the rules of the economy, of the society, that allows to the inputs that are producing in the economy not to be paid their marginal productivity, and it's the basic issue. And we, the economists, we are not analyzing the problem of power, which is basically the link to that issue that you mentioned and had been in the bottom and all these final presentations, the three final presentation, last presentation.
Thank you, Eugenio. Actually, my presentation, which is coming, talks a little bit about that. So, Denise, do you want to react to that, or are you okay?
Yeah, I would agree with what you mentioned, essentially, with Eugenio, and I wanted to thank him for this, for bringing it up, because I think it's something also that popped up during this COVID-19, that all of these frontliners, even the nurses or the doctors, they're not paid properly, or those who are manning the shops, also in the factories creating food, these guys are not paid properly, but actually we depend on them. That's why we can still sit comfortably now in front of our computers and have an online workshop, but these guys are also risking their lives out there. So yeah, thanks so much.
Well, thank you, Denise. So last presentation is mine. I'll share my screen immediately and just quickly present myself. Well, my name is Matthias Pettersen. I work at Los Andes University at CIGNOS, a Center for Political and Social Studies. And I've had the honor since this year of teaching with Roberto, Felix, and Luis, the module that Manfred used to teach in the MA program at Universidad Austral. So, well, that's I think enough as a background. And then my talk is about the, I don't know if you can see the presentation.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So the talk is about economies of scale. And the context is basically this one. So Herbert Simon, like the godfather of the bounded rationality approach, once said that to an observer from Mars, the dominant feature of the economic landscape would be not the market, but large organizations. And I was always struck by this comment by Simon and other comments by other economists, just because it's so deeply reflected on what Manfred Max-Neef had to say about this. And you can see it scattered all over his work. So in the so-called theoretical interludes of perfect economics, in several passages in human scale development, in 2 chapters of La Dimensión Perdida. I'm not aware of an English translation of that book, and I thank to Maria del Valle for pointing me toward that book. And of crucial influence, obviously, for Manfred was chapter 5 of Schumacher's Small is Beautiful. A question of size is the way that chapter is titled. And obviously, it was not a complete reaction or rejection of large-scale type of organizations, but obviously, it was more or less, as I interpreted, a critique of the way in which economists tended to justify large-scale organizations. Okay, so my interpretation of these insights by Manfred is more or less as follows, and I emphasize that this is the way I interpret it, and I would really love to hear from those of you who know Manfred's work more deeply. So, first of all, this justification of economies of scale put forward by many economists ignores 3 basic ideas. First, that efficiency is not neutral to power relationships. Efficiency, as we predicate efficiency from a particular transaction, we tend to abstract from power relationships. Okay, this is something that has come up in several talks. Secondly, and this is particularly clear in the first part of La Dimensión Perdida, the book, which is basically, the subtitle is The Dehumanization of Giantism. Manfred says that hierarchical relationships are usually detrimental. And thirdly, he says, and for this he cites Aristotle, that there are natural limits to any system, either natural or social, and that would apply both to politics, that is to the city or to the nation state or any other political community, but also to the firm. So I just want to focus on the firm, and in particular, I want to focus on the traditional response that an economist might put forward to this kind of critique. Okay, so as those who are trained in economics would be familiar with, one of the most influential accounts of the firm today is Ronald Coase's. So for Coase, the limit of the firm is that provided by transaction costs. So the crucial question that Coase raised in the 30s was, we have been told by economic theory that coordination, social coordination, will be done by the price mechanism. But he says, well, if the price mechanism is efficient in coordinating economic activity, why there is such a thing as a firm? And he says, well, a firm will tend to expand until the costs of organizing an extra transaction within the firm, you see the marginal thinking operating here, the cost of organizing an extra transaction within the firm will become equal to the cost of carrying out the same transaction by means of exchange on the open market or in another firm. So that's kind of the basic framework. Firms exist because they save on transaction costs. But there's a threshold, obviously, and there might be a point where it would be cheaper for the firm to carry out those transactions in the open market. But that was not obviously the dominant view in 20th century. And I take Manfred to have these type of responses in mind rather than Coase's, just because he was drawing upon Schumacher's book and he was clearly reacting to these other economists. And I just want to give two quick quotes to Galbraith and Schumpeter, and then just focus on the contemporary account that an economist might be interested in. So, but just to clearly note that in 20s, particularly in the half of 20th century, we have the very influential arguments for large-scale firms put forward by Schumpeter and John Kenneth Galbraith. There's Alfred Chandler as well, but I just want to, for the sake of time, just to focus on these two. So, and you will excuse my large quote, but this is basically the thrust of the argument in Schumpeter. So, according to Schumpeter, the theory of a simple and discriminating monopoly teaches that excepting a limiting cases, the monopoly price is higher and monopoly output smaller than competitive price. This is true provided that the method and organization of production are exactly the same in both cases. But actually, he says, there are superior methods available to the monopolist, which either are not available to a crowd of competitors, for there are advantages for the monopolist. So, and these advantages may not only arise in the process of creative destruction, as he called it, but in many cases, they are of decisive importance and they provide the necessary form for that achievement. So there is a kind of theoretical justification. I cannot go into the details here. This is in Schumpeter's famous Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy. And you can see that there is a kind of a theoretical justification for large-scale for-profit organizations. The same is true for Galbraith, John Kenneth Galbraith. He says, a benign providence, like a theological concept introduced there, a benign providence has made the modern industry of a few large firms an excellent instrument for inducing technical change. It is admirably equipped for financing technical developments. Its organization provides strong incentives for undertaking development and for putting it into use, and so on and so forth. So that's the context of 20th century economics, if you want, in terms of the more political economy reflections of why large firms exist. But I just want to focus on the way in which a contemporary economist would respond to that, and the way in which we can think about a Max-Neefian type of reply to that argument. So the most influential, of course, arguments for explaining the prevalence of large-scale for-profit organizations is Oliver Williamson's, the Nobel Prize winner in 2009, along with Eleanor Ostrom, for their work on institutional economics. So the essence of the argument is that internal hierarchy within a firm becomes more efficient than market contracting and then under the conditions of asset specificity. An asset is specific if you cannot use it productively or as productively in the production of other goods or services. It's rather specific to the production of a particular type of good or service. So to quote Williamson, he says, the principal factor to which transaction cost economics appeals to explain vertical integration is asset specificity. Without it, market contracting between successive production stages ordinarily has good economizing properties. The governance costs of internal organization exceed those of market organization where asset specificity is slight. But then he points out that if we observe, and this is the typical kind of functional explanation that we see in some branches of economic theory, if we observe a vast number of large-scale for-profit organizations, it must be because asset specificity is not irrelevant, and it might be a permanent feature of the world. So he says it is no accident that hierarchy is ubiquitous within all organizations of any size. In short, in being against hierarchy is rhetoric. Both the logic of efficiency and the historical evidence disclose the non-hierarchical modes are mainly of ephemeral duration. So again, in a different vein and with different theoretical concepts behind, Williamson is trying to explain what we actually observe. The prevalence, if you like, I mean, not complete dominance, and it depends on the country and so on, but in general, in advanced capitalist societies, you observe some sort of prevalence of large-scale for-profit organizations. And so how to respond to that? So I think that there are two main arguments to put forward in a Max-Neefian way. And again, I emphasize this is the way I interpret it, and I'm happy to receive harsh critics if I'm wrong. So Williamson explains the choice of administrative over market coordination, where it occurs, in terms not of technological determinism, but of asset specificity, as I already pointed out. And asset specificity results in bilateral dependency between parties whose assets are adapted to a specific transaction, okay? But again, I think in promoting asset specificity, Williamson proposes a third alternative to the neoclassical emphasis on external monopoly power, as we saw with Schumpeter, and the more radical emphasis, if you like, on internal labor discipline. Hierarchy, he argues, is chosen as a way to economize on transaction costs in cases of asset specificity. The problem, though, is that in his appeal to efficiency, Williamson simply removes the problem of power by a single step, because efficiency is determined, I want to argue, by the nature of the environment to which the firm is adapting. But what role did power play in structuring the environment itself? I think it's very clearly the case that Williamson ignores the important point that the selection of the fitter, so to speak, in evolution, in organizational evolution, is not simply relative to the less successful, but is dependent upon the general circumstances and environment in which selection takes place. So what I'm saying is that asset specificity is endogenous. So it's part and parcel of the system. The structure of the environment is determined not only by state interventions, perhaps, which have made the large hierarchical organization artificially competitive against small ones, but by path dependency as well. Because the state reduces the competitive costs of bureaucratic inefficiency, thereby shifting the point at which the transaction costs of hierarchy exceed those of contracting, and reducing the level of asset specificity required to invoke the advantage of hierarchy. And it promotes a predominant mode of production characterized by artificially high asset specificity. On the problem of power, though, Williamson might be aware of that kind of counter-argument, and he says, to be sure, and I'm quoting here from his The Economic Institutions of Capitalism, to be sure, he says, this does not preclude the argument about asset specificity, does not preclude the possibility that power is operating. For example, entrenched interests may sometimes be able to delay organizational transformations. Power enthusiasts have not, however, demonstrated that significant organizational innovations are regularly defeated by established interests. There's abundant evidence to the contrary. Within the economic arena, therefore, if not more generally, I submit that organizational innovations for which non-trivial efficiency gains can be projected will find a way to subdue opposed interest. Power is relegated to a secondary role in such a scheme of things. End of quote. So the main problem with this approach, in my view, is that Williamson treats the economic arena as a given, as a more or less spontaneously arising environment that can be taken as a rough approximation of pure market forces. He ignores the extent to which his efficiency itself is a loaded concept, defined in terms of a general environment shaped by power. Specifically, he ignores the extent to which asset specificity and other agency problems are solved by organizations themselves, which are the result of power. The hierarchical firm is the most efficient solution to an artificial problem. Again, Williamson says, the efficiency hypothesis is that mistaken vertical integration can rarely be sustained, and that more efficient modes will eventually supplant less efficient modes, though entrenched power interests can sometimes delay the displacement. But what is efficient, I say, and what is mistaken is relevant to a given environment. And the environment itself is structured by the exercise of corporate power at the level of the political regime. The importance of asset specificity then in promoting internal hierarchy, by the way, it's greatly exaggerated, I suggest. I think Williamson argues that in general, the high-powered incentives of the market seems to be spectacular, that only an exceptional situation can justify replacing them with the administrative incentives of a hierarchy. But the agency costs of asset specificity and small number bargaining must be quite extreme to override the market's presumptive superiority. I believe Williamson underestimates both the extent to which the state reduces the comparative costs of hierarchy by, for example, subsidizing its costs and by cartelizing some markets so as to limit the competitive penalty for inefficiency, and the extent to which it artificially sometimes inflates the prevailing level of asset specificity. In so doing, it artificially shifts the Gaussian boundary at which organizing a transaction by hierarchy becomes more efficient than doing so by the market. So let me just finish with this because I'm running out of time. So I think that in a sense, Williamson's denial, or Williamson's main problem, sorry, is that his theory of asset specificity is a technological theory of thin boundaries. He simply ignores, I think, the degree to which asset specificity itself reflects a choice between possible technologies. In short, absent state interference and other factors that might influence asset specificity, to externalize the inefficiency costs of large-scale on taxpayers and production technology would likely be far less asset specific. The substitution of hierarchy for the market is in large part a solution to an artificial problem. So I hope this quick talk has not been too theoretical, but I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
A question.
Any questions? Luis?
Yeah,
in this context of the discussion about needs, you know, fundamental needs, you know, the only fundamental needs for me at the end is if it's the need is human or it's not human. And at the end, when you think of factor specificity, which could be really the specificity of a factor in an economic sense, it should be the one, the use of that factor in the one that provides the greatest value to serve those needs. You know, and the problem with the economy, with the capitalist economy, the modern capitalist economy, is this crematistic economy in which the trade value is becoming more and more important, and the organization of that economy allows the power of the wealth to determine how to not pay to the different production factor their marginal productivity. And that is essentially
thank you.
what is underlying all the problem that all this author and you are discussing.
Yeah, thank you, Eugenio. Just wanted to point it out that in my talk, I mean, I fully agree with you. In my talk, I just wanted to make like some sort of immanent critique of new institutional economics. I'm not trying to, I'm trying to take their arguments seriously and see whether their assumptions lead to the conclusions that they think they lead. And another minor comment would be that I would be wary of using marginal productivity as a standard or as a benchmark to see whether wages are just or not, just because the conditions under which marginal productivity equals wage are quite heroic, I'd say. Yeah. Luis.
Plus, we haven't really discarded labor value theory yet, I guess. But that's a further discussion. Anyway, now my comment is, on the one hand, there is a lot of research on mainstream economics about the effects of globalization and trade liberalization and things like that, and they show that the most productive firms are the ones that survive after a trade opening, for instance, and the unproductive, and that increased their market share. So it's a lot of research now on market shares and increasing market shares, and it's very related to productivity. So I think there is a story there. Now, this is mainstream economic research. Of course, they don't take into account power. So I just wanted to leave that for you as a note. And the question is, so let's think about this network economics, is this research which is booming, and then let's think about Google, Facebook, these startup companies which rely on network effects. So there is some efficiency argument, I would say, and I would really buy it, that it is more efficient to have one Facebook than 10 Facebooks. But on the other hand, there is also the issue behind of power. Once Facebook consolidated, there is some lobbying between here and there. So I mean, to what extent there is actually the two things combined? It's like I don't know. I don't buy the thing that everything is power. There has to be some technological structure behind some natural things that make for Facebook to actually be more efficient to be one rather than 10 Facebooks. So is it? I really did miss that bit in the argument. Is it like in the end, it's all about power structure, or is there some sort of objective nature?
No, well, thank you very much. I'd just say that the conclusion that asset specificity is determinant is overrated. That doesn't mean that technology doesn't play a role. I think it does play a role, but such a role has to be, in such a role, power has to be accounted for, and therefore the conclusions that we may reach are much more contingent on particular relationships. So I think that's difficult to generalize, but I think it's a very good point. On the empirical literature, I mentioned something in the draft of this work in progress. So, but I'd be grateful if you can send me more empirical papers on that. For this paper, I'm just trying to focus on the theoretical mechanism that Williamson provides. And on network externalities, I think even if we don't take into account power, even if we just judge it in purely efficiency grounds, I think we need to measure the gains and the losses accurately. And on the losses list, you need to put all the costs that come with opening a Facebook and a Google account, all the psychological costs, potential addiction, and so on. So you're not receiving that product for free, right? You're selling your data, basically.
Assuming we could have an ethical-based Facebook, that's still a network. This network is still going to be there.
Well, there is such a thing. Mastodon and all the decentralized networks, and they do not rely on a single mechanism. So I think in that regard, maybe network externalities should be taken into account, but I think the kind of the way the impact of the network effect is somehow overrated. I mean, there's this huge discussion between Margolitz and Lewis and all those guys, but I don't know. So sorry, Roberto, do you have a Roberto?
Yeah, but I think Eugenio is going to reply to the last question, so I will prefer to answer after to ask my question after Eugenio.
Yeah, I just wanted
okay,
to
yeah, sorry.
I just wanted to say that I have never, ever say anybody making the argument of power, saying that everything is power. And I don't think you apply, you even pointed to that. Never, you know, it's just a matter of that it's a missing factor. And I think that there are some specific intention for miss that factor, and that's all. I mean, efficiency, obviously, is a big factor, and nobody that is in his proper mind is going to dismiss that. You know? Matthias, I don't know if I'm going to move the core of the discussion. I just want to say that, you know, the capitalism name comes from the fact that at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, you need capital for huge projects, you know, like electricity, supply of electricity and transport and so on. And that was necessary, you know, and we are children of that. I mean, we are using technology because that, and surely we can fight better today this crisis than 20 years ago without this kind of technology. So there is some gain in the, there is a bad name capitalism, but at the beginning it was, and it still is a good thing. But you know, Roosevelt in the New Deal made a huge effort to regulate those monopolies that were created. And America is product in part of that courage or brave process of President Roosevelt to regulate the power of those monopolies. So at the end, I see, I mean, the thing is, who regulates to the regulator? I mean, for me, it's the point, and it's not just in this point, in most point that we are discussing here. And we are saying, we have to do this, and people have to, but at the end, if we all agree, and we all have same preference toward climate change, toward the environment, and the world surely have the same preference, why everything is business as usual? I mean, why there is no change? And for me, the answer is the structure of power. I mean, it's a political issue. It's not an economic issue. I mean, a lot of people blame to the economists, to the economic theory. But at the end, for me, it's just political. It's just a structure of power. That was my point. Thanks, Matthias.
You know, I fully agree. I mean, I don't know if I implied that there's something to be done about large corporations. I'm just saying that in most of cases, the asset specificity that Williamson invokes is artificially created and is contingent on a particular set of relationships, among them power relationships. And I fully agree with you on the crucial question that the public choice literature tried to answer with all its pros and cons, right? Like when you regulate a particular economic exchange, who regulates the regulator, right? We need to compare the market inefficiencies with the potential inefficiencies that may arise from government intervention. So I think we're running out of time, but Maria, do you have
Maria, I say we use the last 5 minutes for questions, and then we just start the next panel immediately. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Try not to be too long. Thank you very much for your very well studied presentation and all the authors you quote. I'm going to give you just one insight, maybe from another discipline that may have a good conversation with that you were saying. Many times I ask why human scale development book has nothing about state or politics governments or local governments at all. And I found two answers to that questions. The first one is the time it was written in the middle of a dictatorship to come up with a new theory of human well-being in such a restricted scenario. It has a lot to do with civil society, but very little about politics. On the other hand, they were writing about and trying to answer probably a European questions raised by the Dag Hammarskjöld Foundation about what to do now after this, how do we change the world in the 70s. So coming from this Latin American perspective, but being so far from the Latin American discourse and theories and discussions in that time in Latin America, the answer there, it was very much focused on the local and how empowerment of local people and how local democracy was very important. Many times later, and I haven't read anything about it, but it would be interesting to search there. I found that this German philosopher, Habermas, I don't know how to pronounce, sorry for the Germans here, Jürgen Habermas has this explanation about how it works. And for him, and very shortly, there is a work of life where communication takes place and where meaning can be shared. And there's another level, which we call system, that has captured all the strengths of the others and turn into two rules, power and money. So more or less the intention of human scale development is to pressure for this sphere where communication can take place. That's why it's so powerful, the place of workshops, where meaning can be shared, but not only in the space of power. It's another kind of democracy. It's consciousness. It's all what all the practitioners here has raised about workshops. It's a place where meaning can be shared, where democracy can be taken in small places. So this is the place where you can question the system. Maybe, I'm not very sure, not Habermas, not other sociologists has found that we are in a jail and maybe we cannot change the system at all. But at least to be conscious that you are in the middle of a place in which all those rules that comes from the big systems can be changed into local places, into way of life, into other systems. I think it's very, it puts also some of the discussion that we have had here about the small workshops or making or questioning power and governments into change that. I wanted to share that with you in case that's a good point for another disciplinary dialogue with your research that I found it very rigorous and interesting. Thank you for that.
No, thank you very much. And I'm quite interested in Habermas actually. Well, my work always tries to blend philosophy and economics, which are my two disciplines. So I'm very grateful for that comment. I would just point out that in his later work, Habermas was more enthusiastic about the power of deliberative democratic structures at a large scale. So he's a big name in the deliberative democracy literature in political theory. So, but I would be more with the first Habermas, like the power of small scale human interaction is much more productive humanely than the same kind of deliberative exercise at a more systemic level. But perhaps it's just my pessimism regarding politics. But anyway, so I think we are just on time, right, Luis?
Yes. Yes, I think we should carry on. Well, thank you, Matthias, for hosting that panel. Now we're gonna move on to the last one, which is titled Max-Neef and Mainstream Economics. So very, I think we just jump into that topic very, very nicely. We're going to have two presentations, same dynamic, 15 minutes plus 5 questions. And then Jean-Pierre is gonna tell us something about Manfred and the MEDE program, the master that we have at Universidad Austral. And then I'm just gonna give a few words of closure. So let's start with Guido. Are you there, Guido?
Hello, Luis. How
Oh,
are
there
you?
you are.
How are you all?
Fine, thank you. Thank you. So you can start, Guido.
That's perfect. Just a second. You can see it, right?
Yes.
That's perfect. So as you may see, this title of this presentation is just a little tribute on the famous article that John Hicks wrote in his interpretation of the general theory of John Maynard Keynes. And in this sense, our idea is to do exactly the opposite. We consider that Hicks generate, in a sense, a critique on our interpretation that is too strict and too close of all the general ideas that were being presented along the general theory. A book that has between 300 pages and just synthesized in a little article of 18 pages, which has, in many cases, work as fundamental in order to build what today is called mainstream economics in the creation of the ISLM model, among other many things very interesting. But just trying to going on, as I was just saying, Hicks turned Keynes' open ideas into a strict and enclosed model. Along this presentation, we will try to think classic authors not in an orthodox way, or not as orthodox as we tend to believe they are. In this sense, we will try to combine them with Max-Neef ideas in order to understand them as an open option, in order to work to help a little more to construct this developing philosophy. In this sense, just a little on context, the utopia crisis that Max-Neef talks in human scale development, he speaks on the frustration of developmentalism and monetarism. And after that, 3 years later, this human scale development is 1986. 1989, the frustration on real socialism or communism with the fall of the Berlin Wall. And the proposal of Max-Neef is more related to a focused development, more on listening communities and societies, and not as strict in the conception of trying to implant ideologies without really taking into account the specific characteristic of any community or a society. Just going on the resignification of works that we will try to summarize, I would like to talk a little on labor, on work, and the real source of wealth. And in this sense, Max-Neef is really is criticized a lot the classical production function that we see in economics, just as a classic input, production, output. And this is consistent. This idea of capital and work as perfect substitutes, or as substitute not taking into account, not concerning that capital it's good and workers are people, it's consistent with Keynes, and in this case, just to put into consideration another Adam Smith ideas. Of course, Keynes agrees on the idea of everything is produced by labor, and the source of wealth is labor, in fact. And also Smith, labor is the real measure of exchangeable value of all commodities. Moving on a little on a more specific author, Keynes is very critic, specifically in the last chapter of the general theory on exactly philosophical consideration of his ideas. He made a strong criticism of our societies unable to provide full employment, and of course the arbitrary and inequitable distribution of wealth and incomes. And we have here a strong agreement on Max-Neef ideas on his criticism of unemployment and his criticism on the unfair distribution of income specifically. We also find some common ground on monetary theory and along other discussion, but we will try to move on because we are a little short of time. Going on, we find some common ground also with Adam Smith ideas on, in this sense, social participation and why not workers' participation. Smith has a famous quote that we have no act of parliament against combining to lower the price of work, but many against combining to raise it. And in this sense, Smith has a community or an idea of a more human capitalism in this interpretation in order to generate, as we were discussing with Smith, with Keynes, sorry, a more equitable and fair distribution of wealth and incomes. Also, in discussing these inequalities and this distribution, Smith is revolutionary in many senses in considering not only he's trying to critique during the Wealth of Nations his idea of the Hobbesian state and ruled by just an absolute monarchy. And in this sense, he is revolutionary in terms of believing that differences are social and don't have to be arising on things that happen, in fact, after a person is born. They are not natural. Moving on to the next author that we try to focus, we find a strong common ground in Amartya Sen capabilities approach and in Mr. Max-Neef's ideas on needs and satisfier in order to understand needs in a broader sense, in a strong agreement or according to sense ideas related to not understand poverty as just a phenomenon, a single phenomenon, but in a more broader way, in a sense of multiple poverties that are not only related to things related to income in this sense. Just to summarize a little and trying to conclude, we believe that orthodox or mainstream economics had a very dogmatic idea related to its philosophy, because nowadays, without so many developing ideas and so many critics in theoretical ways, and of course in empirical ideas, in these ideas put it into practice, in many cases with very, very strong failures, we find today, as Ferguson wrote in the Capital Controversy, the Cambridge Capital Controversy, it's a matter of fate. And in this sense, we relate it to Nietzsche ideas in order to point out that today we have many components of religion, in fact, in economics, in order to believe it as a moral matrix, even though people have stopped going to church, but we have a very dogmatic and strict, and we tend to believe ideas that are not in fact, yes, sustained by evidence. We don't have a belief related to a scientific approach. This is a matter of ideology in many cases, or just a matter on a belief that is in many cases irrational. But for Nietzsche, we have to believe and to create a playful nature of life that is fundamental, and we have to be creative in order to generate ourselves the conditions to be free. And in this sense, he's nihilistic but optimistic in many senses, in order to create new fictions, new values, and new not transcendent values, and we have to manufacture our ideas at our measure. And this is interesting and related to Manfred Max-Neef ideas, in the sense of in the end of human scale development, the history of economic theory it's a history of options. And these options are always in developing. It's a story of options rather than solutions. And along this little presentation, with my colleague Juan Manuel, we try to summarize and how we can construct a new option and to take into account and for consideration. Well, that's it. Thank you very much all.
Thank you, Guido. And is Juan there?
He's there.
Yes, hello.
You have 5 more minutes.
I believe that we can go on to some Q&A or whatever
sorry.
you want.
I thought you gave the word.
No, that's it. No, sorry.
Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Luis,
Sorry
he's finished.
Okay.
No, we tried to summarize in order not going too far.
Yeah.
Just this little presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. So
no problem.
Any questions for Guido? Yeah, Roberto.
Yeah, Guido, 2 questions. First, about the Christianity, you know, if we are trying to put all preference together to try to bring something from that, I mean, we have to accept some positions. I mean, maybe those positions are different from our position. I mean, I am a Christian, and I remember somebody who said, science put you very far from God, but too much science put you very close to God. And I rationally believe in that. So that was my first comment. But the second is very precise, and I would like to have your comments on this. You know, again, is the distinction between economics, classic economics, neoliberalism, orthodox economics. But I mean, you said, okay, classical economics, it has, in reference to Manfred, you know, it has this interpretation of what is work. It's like machine. The classical economics interpretation of work is like machine, right? But I think it works in this way. I'm not agree with that. I think it works in this way. I didn't know about that. So I know now after hearing you. So I will take the classical model of leisure and consumption and find a way to include dignity of the work, you know, because the word's dignified. So I will say, okay, how can I include this? I mean, the fact that people work not only for money, but also for meaning. How am I going to include this in this model? I'm going to do that, you know, and I believe I can publish that. And I'm an economist. That is part of the economist. And at the end, I will conclude surely that the cost of unemployment is underestimated because it's not taking in consideration this non-monetary aspect of the job. And I will say, okay, when you have a methodology to social evaluation and you have a social price of labor, you have to update that because you are losing some in that model. And I will say, surely to economic policy, Piñera president, that the subsidy to the people who is losing jobs is not the only answer. You need jobs. You don't need just money because people who lose job also lose some dignity behind that. So, and I will do that. So what kind of economics is that? I believe I'm still in economics, you know, and I believe in the model, leisure, the original model, and I can adapt that model. So, you know, what is classical economics in this in this context. You know, I don't know if I can explain, but I don't think that is a problem of the economics. I mean, because we economists are including these things in the, and I believe thanks to Manfred, you can see the ways, the goal of the right goal, and we can help in different ways to implement, to reach those goals. I don't know if you can comment on this or if you understood what I tried to say.
On the first point, I couldn't agree more in the sense that, of course, this is related to a very short, I strongly recommend to you, text by Nietzsche that is on Truth and Lie in a non-moral sense. It's not a critic on Christian ideas or on Christianity, but on a dogmat. It's just to take it into an example, to consider a dogmatic thought, because Christianity is a religion and it recognizes themselves as a religion. The problem with economics, or with mainstream economics in many cases, is that we don't have strong empirical evidence in order to support our ideas. And as Ferguson stated perfectly, it's a matter of faith in many cases. That's our relationships on the critics. That's on the first point. On the second point, I believe that it will take hours to make a strong distinction on orthodox or mainstream economics. We are not just referring to neoliberalism in a strict way, but in many cases on neoclassical issues. But what we try to make is to separate neoclassical proposals or classic proposals that you can find on any college, in many college books that we find. In your case, in Chile, it's usual the Sachs-Larraín manual of economics. That's our critic is going on that way in order to critique that ideas. But I couldn't agree more on the conception of work, because if not, our economics theory are all related to a mere trade-off. It seems that, okay, it's just leisure or work, but we can, in order just to put an example, we cannot define the amount of hours that we work. In fact, very little people has the opportunity to define that. So how do we take it into account? And I strongly believe that you can use many works by Amartya Sen to put this in consideration, because this is a matter of poverty, and we find new ideas on poverty and poverty of time. People that has work, that has an income that is not under the poverty line, that they are above, but they are poverty in time, because they do not have time to spend with their children, with their families. They are not happy in another sense. And I believe that economics has to do with that sense. We have something to say.
Yeah.
Any
Thanks,
questions?
Guido.
Other questions for Guido? John. Yeah, John Clark.
Yeah, I love the fact that you're looking at this comparison between religion and economics, because when Manfred was here in 2004, he participated in a seminar at the University of Cape Town, and where there were no professional economists present. Instead, there were occupational therapists, social workers like myself, doctors, nurses. And he, afterwards, we were chatting and he remarked, he said, you know, it's so interesting. He says, I wrote the whole theory of human scale development as a theory for economics and for economists. And he says, and they by and large ignored it. And he said, but it's so encouraging to him to see that all sorts of professions of other disciplines have cottoned onto it and have used it and kept it alive, you know, in all sorts of creative and innovative ways. And I think he would be very pleased to see that, as I'm listening to all those of you who are professional economists, that we have been last seeing some traction for his ideas in the discipline of economics per se. However, I would just hope it doesn't end up the same way as has happened in the Roman Catholic Church, where I'm a member and a committed Christian, where, where the power dynamics and the professionalization of the discipline and theologians leads to a pathology of frustration in the profession itself, as has happened in the church. I mean, one of the applications I've made on using a diagnostic of human scale development is just how, as we look at the dreadful pathology within the Roman Catholic Church as a consequence of enforced celibacy and all the rest, that has led to the denaturing of these priests in the point where you have seen the terrible sexual abuse and pedophilia, etc., that has so destroyed many people's faith. I'm happy to say my priest is a woman, so we've broken with the with the hierarchy and the dogma, and have a bishop who's a woman as well. And I'm experiencing in that faith community what Manfred so beautifully described as an organic articulation for development. And so in that sense, it's very interesting that we are now coming to a place where institutional failure is so widespread in so many arenas. I just talk about the Christian church because I'm a member of it. And lastly, just to say, I've seen, Manfred used to really, kind of, provoke me into thinking more deeply. And I remember the lovely parallel he drew between the way conventional economics has become like the Vatican, and that we have, instead of the Vatican, they have the World Bank, and he drew that parallel as a metaphor, which obviously got me thinking, and it made me think about, the Reformation was all about taking power from the clerics, giving it to the people, the printing press, making ordinary peasants and everybody else able to be, in a sense, theologians themselves, and not have to rely on the clerical structure and the power structure of the time to create them dependent. And I mean, we just need to say that the reason the Roman Catholic Church became that is because it became the effective governance system in society after the fall of the Roman Empire. But we don't need to go into that. The point I just want to make is that in the same way as that I am now a layman and a theologian and participate in a organic articulation for spiritual and transcendent development, so perhaps economics would never lose sight of the fact that it's a generative process of creativity and synergy rather than an extractive process of efficiency. And it was that insight that Manfred gave me that gave me so much encouragement in the fight that we've been having for the last 14 years, because a mining company wants to come and use extractive efficiency, turn people into simply objects of development, undermining their sense of agency and protagonism. Now, we've been able to stop that, but the challenge is now to say, well, we could have tourism coming in and behaving just as badly as a giantist type of efficiency institution that ends up undermining that agency just as badly as a mining company would. So for me, it's not about whether we're environment or tourists or mining or the rest. How do we respect the fact that human beings have the potential agency, have that capacity for freedom, for free choice, the emancipatory thing, which I think Habermas was so interested about, and make sure that our next conference is one in which we really do see even more of a coming together of like minds from every walk of.
Thank you very much, John, for your comment. I just a little comment on this, Luis, and then we move on. And I believe you're short of time. No, the main idea is just to be a little more spiritual in this sense and less dogmatic, more religious and less follower of a Vatican, wherever it means. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guido. Thank you, John, for the comments as well. I was surprised to see Keynes as part of the classics. I think Keynesians will be appalled at your inclusion in that group because they think that Keynes was particular in itself. But anyway, that was my only comment.
That's a matter for a next talk or a next discussion.
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay, so now we have Gianluca.
Yes. Let me try to share the presentation. Okay, I hope everybody is seeing the screen. If not, let me know. Yeah, I'm sorry that I was logging in and logging out. You know, I'm spending the quarantine here in a beautiful hazelnut farm in the south of Chile, but the closer you get to nature, the farther away you get from reliable internet connection. Anyways, today I'm going to talk about, let me start the timing here, about Max-Neef contributions to welfare economics. Now, why do I say resurrecting? Why do I suggest that he might be resurrecting welfare economics? And, oh, this is not working. Come on. Okay, now it's working. Well, because there's a widespread belief among economists that basically welfare economics, that branch of economics, is death. Now, we don't have much time to discuss that, but basically never recovered from the famous arrows impossibility theory. Okay. Now, on the other hand, in this beautiful conference, we see the complete opposite in Max-Neef, right? It's found so many applications across the globe. Now, the problem is that as a standard economist, I'm coming from a very standard background. When you read his books, then you find some sort of obscure critiques that make it somehow hard to learn from what he's trying to say. And let me give you a quick example. In his last book, he says, it would be hard to find two persons who hold the same idea as to what utility actually is, let alone how it could be measured. And when I read this, and I'm sure any economist read this, are extremely puzzled because I teach microeconomics every semester, and I make sure that every single kid understands what utility is and how it should be measured. And then the question that I want to try to answer here, at least my read, is try to understand how exactly is that Manfred is departing from neoclassical theory, right? What is that we or neoclassical economists have been doing wrong that he is doing right? Okay. So the first step towards answering that question is what I was complaining yesterday a little bit about, which is trying to first characterize or at least spell down and clarify what do I mean by neoclassical theory. And I mean, what I understand by neoclassical theory is what you find in most textbooks, right? Where you go read the papers, look at economic models, and this is what you'll find. So in most economic models, individuals are characterized by a pretty well-defined mathematical object, which is a complete and transitive ranking over alternatives. That thing is called preference region. Now, the famous concept of a utility function is simply a numerical representation of that thing. So what is a utility function? It is basically an order over alternatives. Now, how do we obtain empirically that ordering? Well, that's done through what's called revealed preferences theory, right? You're supposed to look at what people choose, right? Behavior of how people choose alternatives. Now, this procedure gives you or describes a twofold role that preferences play and utility functions play. On the one hand, they capture or describe behavior of agents, right? We economists assume that agents choose their preferred alternative. That's the famous agents maximize their utility function. Now, let me just point out that this doesn't mean that people are selfish or egotistic. Maybe people have preferences for other people's well-being, right? So that's perfectly consistent with the theory. The only thing is that they should choose their preferred alternative. Now, on the second hand, or on the other hand, I'm sorry, preferences also and utility functions also capture welfare. So not only people choose what they prefer, but we also assume that people are better off with what they choose. Okay.
that is in terms of the individual, not in terms of social welfare theory. Well, social welfare theory starts from preferences, right? Takes preferences as given, and then tries to come up with the best alternative given those individual preferences, right? Choose a social alternative that is consistent with people's preferences. Now, how does that contrast with the theory that Manfred offers? Well, he characterizes individuals. So this is his micro foundation. So what I understand to be his micro foundations, right? He characterizes individuals in terms of needs and in terms of satisfiers. Now, you guys probably understand even better than I do what needs and satisfiers are. Most of you guys are real barefooted economics that have been using these things, right? But let me just give some quotes that I think give some clue about what he understands by these things. So first, in terms of needs, he says fundamental human needs are essential attributes related to human evolution. By the way, all these quotes are coming from the English version of human scale development. Okay, and then he says quality of life depends on the possibilities people have to adequately satisfy their human needs. Right. So basically, he is putting the welfare attributes or the attributes that determine quality of life at an evolutionary or biological level. Now, on the other hand, he has the concept of satisfiers, and satisfiers and in the ultimate sense, the way in which a need is expressed. Satisfiers may include political structures, social practices, subjective conditions, values, and norms. Okay. So now he puts what I understand to be behavior in a cultural sense, right? He dissociates these two things. So notice what I just said, that behavior does not necessarily reflect quality of life, right? So it not necessarily reflect welfare. For the neoclassical perspective, and in the neoclassical theory, behavior and welfare are just two sides of the same coin, right? Whereas for him, and we have a quote here, he says the same satisfier, right, can actualize different needs in different cultures and in different time periods. So it may fail or it may succeed to satisfy one need or another need, all of that depending on the cultural background, right? Now, just to save some time, let me try to work my arguments through an example, okay? And we've all seen, I'm sure most of us have seen a picture like this. I just saw it a few days ago in Temuco. Very poor neighborhoods with TV satellite disc on top. And then I found this paper, which is just a Journal of Economic Perspective paper by Banerjee and Duflo, which, by the way, are the 2019 Nobel Prize winners. And they just, explain how poor people spend their money. And they say, well, owning a radio or a television is a widespread form of entertainment for American households, for poor American households, right? So if you go to the US, you will find this picture everywhere, right? What they're puzzled about is that in other places of the world, you don't see this thing. So for example, in Udaipur, which is a city in India, they say that the median household, the median poor household, spends 10% of its annual budget on festivals, but, and here I'm quoting what they say, no one owns a television, right? So if you go to Udaipur, you won't find, according to what they say, this picture. Now, this example that I'm presenting here, I want to contrast how a standard social planner would try to take this issue and how a barefooted economist or somebody who's read Manfred would try to solve this problem or take this issue. Maybe this is not even a problem. So what would the famous benevolent Paretian social planner would do? Well, he has to, according to the theory I presented, first elicit, that means measure, preferences from observed behavior, right? Then he has to take those preferences given. She cannot question those preferences. Those are data, right? And then out of that data, she has to come up with a function or a rule that she considers to be the best alternative, or in the Pareto sense, the alternative that each of the individuals prefers the most, if possible, of course, right? Now, in this particular example, assuming that both options are available, that means assuming that people in Udaipur have access to good quality of televisions and assuming that people in America can organize festivals and so on, the choices that they make reveal their preferences, right? That's reveal preferences theory. So we should conclude that American people prefer TVs over festivals, and people in the poor prefer, right? That's the symbol that I put there, festivals over TV. And this means two things for a Paretian social planner. The first thing is that he has to conclude that Americans improve their welfare with more TV, right? And then she also has to, this is not a conclusion, but this is something that she is tied with. She cannot compare similar income households across countries because preferences are extremely subjective, or there's no transcendent way to compare things. She cannot say, oh, Americans are better off, or people in the poor are better off. As long as they have the same money and they have the same choices, you know, there's maybe cultural things or maybe, you know, background, whatever, but they have their preferences. As long as we are satisfying their preferences, they are better off than before, right? But there's no intersubjective comparison possibilities. Okay. Now, what would be Max-Neef alternative, right? Well, first of all, the first thing he would say is that TVs and festivals are not fundamental human needs, but only socially constructed methods to satisfy some of those needs. And coincidentally, Manfred himself refers to TV in that book in table 4. I think it's page 35, but it depends if maybe I'm reading not the official version, but it's table number 4. He literally says, so this is just rephrasing, but basically he says this, that commercial TV over-satisfies the need for leisure and seriously impairs the possibility of satisfying the needs for understanding, creation, and identity, right? So then we could argue the exact opposite of what the Pareto social planner concluded, right? Despite of her observed behavior, despite American people freely choosing to watch TV, we could argue that they, in all actuality, they are decreasing their quality of life. And now the second thing that happens here is that not only we can say that they have decreased their welfare, but we also have a measuring stick that allows us to compare the situation of these two people, right? Or these two households. So poor American household, according to what, if we assume to be true what Manfred says, right? There are signals that say that poor American households with this exact same income are actually worse off than their peers in Udaipur. And I didn't want to get into this whole theory about poverties and pathologies, but this is basically what it is, right? American households present poverties that maybe people in Udaipur do not present. Okay, guys, and I think I'm pretty good on time, but I'm almost done. The last slide, because
yes,
I wanted to check. I always try to give some question and because anyways, this last slide. I lost the train of thought. So I was working on an example, right? So the last thing I want to do is just try to generalize this in a more abstract way, okay? So I think there's three lessons to learn from Manfred Max-Neef. Lessons, there's a million lessons, but if we are a neoclassical economist, there are 3 lessons that we need to learn right away, right now, or things that we should change in order to resurrect welfare economics. And the first thing is that at the level of foundations, and when I say foundations, I mean micro foundations, we need to dissociate welfare from behavior, right? We cannot keep conflating these two things. We cannot keep thinking that people choose all the time what increases the quality of life, right? Now, in terms of subjectivity, we need a measuring stick that unlocks interpersonal comparability, right? For standard social welfare theory, it's impossible to compare across different people, right? And what he does, which some people might disagree that it's unnecessary to go to a biological scale. Somebody mentioned Habermas. Well, yeah, Habermas. Well, doesn't matter, but you know the famous Maturana think of self-contained system. Maybe we don't need biology here, but we certainly need some sort of measuring stick that unlocks interpersonal compatibility. And now finally, in terms of the subject matter, we need to expand the scope of the field beyond the socially given, right? We cannot just take preferences as given, right? Behavior as given, and just construct from there. We have to create a way to question that thing that's socially constructed, right? We need, Manfred Max-Neef would say, we can question the satisfier, right? The method that we satisfy those. And well, I think that's all. That's what I had to say. Let me close this thing and.
Thank you very much, Gianluca.
Yeah. How do?
I'll cut you off. That's it. That's it.
That was what I wanted
Abuse
to
of
do.
power. Anyway, so thank you very much for that stimulating talk. So let's see, we have Matthias. Yeah, Matthias. We cannot hear you, Matthias.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
See.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thanks, Gianluca, for a very interesting presentation, very thoughtful. I just have a few comments. One on the wedge between welfare and behavior. I don't know if you've come across this famous paper by Amartya Sen called Behavior and the Concept of Preference, which is basically the argument you have tried to put forward regarding the need to dissociate welfare from behavior. And it's a pretty old paper, right? 1973, where Sen addresses basically the same problem. Just as a comment, it might be interesting. Secondly, I wouldn't necessarily agree that in practice, economists think that interpersonal comparisons of utility are impossible. In a Pareto world, there are impossible, obviously. But in policy making, most economists rely upon some sort of Kaldor-Hicks efficiency rule, whereby you actually compare the welfare of people by the potential of compensation, right? So even if in theory it's not proper to compare utility functions, as Pareto suggested, I think in practice most economists actually end up comparing utilities. That would be another comment. And finally, just a minor comment on the socially constructed aspect of preferences. I think that is very important, because my main problem with the welfare, with the revealed preferences approach in general, is that the philosophical theory of action behind it does not allow agents to reflect on their goals. Because in a very Humean, i.e. David Hume sense, the passions are just, so the mind is just an instrumental thing that orders your passions and satisfies them. But you cannot have an option to reflect critically on your ends. And that's a philosophical point, but maybe it's a much deeper point. But anyway, I just wanted to make those comments, and thank you very much for such an interesting presentation.
Okay. Should I answer or?
Yeah, if you have, we have Roberto.
Yeah. No.
You can put together.
Yeah, all the points, including very quickly, all the points, including the same paper. Of course, I haven't read all the things that he said, but he famously criticized Samuelson's theory of revealed preferences. And what I wanted to say is that the intention here is not reinventing all the three things that you mentioned are things that people have been saying for millions of years. Now, the big question is why do papers and why do textbooks and why do referees and so on keep insisting on the things that we know for hundreds of years, that those things are just completely out of, I don't know. Well, anyways, so I think that's where I'm trying to point, right? I point at.
Fully agree.
Roberto.
Yeah, thanks, Gian. I liked your presentation very much because it's the object, to try to put the normative approach of Manfred with the positive approach of economics, and they are not too far away. But I think this is the core of the discussion. I mean, I will ask, who has the right to make the decision of what is a basic need and what is a satisfier? Is the person or is somebody else? And I believe, I cannot time to develop this, but I believe It's been a long discussion from the approach to what is the value of something. Okay, let me show you an example, and I think I can explain better with this example. Don Eugenio was there in a presentation, and I say what you say, you know, preferences and behavior is the same thing. And somebody say, no, that's not right. I mean, people have the right to make mistakes, to choose different things in general. And I say, okay, maybe you can go to a bad hotel, to a very dangerous place, you know, but I cannot construct a theory with people choosing this very same thing that they hate. And you know, the typical answer was, what about the people who smoke? Somebody said, okay? And we said, I mean, he's right. And that was the discussion. I don't know if you can understand. And we said, again, if one person likes to smoke, it is right to smoke. But the other point, and I think there is a divide in the whole world in this issue, was no, I have the right to tell you that to smoke is a bad thing. And I was trying to explain, okay, my father has 80 years old, and he knows that it's shortening his life when he smokes, but it's a personal decision. He likes to smoke, and he knows that he's going to die before. But that, on the other side of the argument, were telling us that my father is wrong, and he has to follow the direction of that people who say he's making bad decisions. At the end, I believe, you know, that in your point that behavioral preference are the same thing and the people has to follow in this preference, but I think there is another point of view that there is a kind of general preference and everyone has to adapt to those preferences. Thank you. I don't know if you understood my point.
Yes, 100%, and I agree. And I don't think there's much to say. All I want to say is that these things, for sure, people talk about it, right? And we need some sort of way to talk about this. So what I'm trying to say is that we need a language to communicate precisely what you're trying to say. That's what you mentioned, some social preferences, right? What should be done and what we understand that should be done. But those things, unfortunately, in neoclassical theory, there's no language for that. And I guess that's what we should reflect and try to build upon. And Manfred offers a language for that.
I think John Clark, did you raise your hand? Or no? Okay. Then we have
Gibran.
Gibran. Yeah.
Yes,
Gibran. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, coming to this point of defining what is a basic need, what is a satisfier, or for example, in the case of tobacco. Precisely, I think Manfred Max-Neef covered all of these situations, or most of them, by, for example, questioning the people, like which kind of need do you satisfy by smoking, and if it's identity or leisure or freedom. Actually, I have asked this question because it's one of the consumer goods that are consumed, and it's very interesting what people think about it, and when they reflect whether it's a false satisfier or a real satisfier, you know. And that's why I think that if everybody just understands, like since very early age, the world in terms of satisfiers and their own needs, it leads already to a much more reflective and introspective decision making or behavior. Not everybody has the discipline to have this mentality in every choice, like, well, what am I satisfying? Am I really satisfying or not? But that's covered within the framework. What is not covered is this basic needs, no? So I have seen people mixing capabilities approach as in the form of key objective lists, which basically define, okay, in this current world, assuming it's also a bit narrowing because it doesn't open all the possibilities of different lifestyles as you were comparing these two cities, but they have a minimum key elements that are necessary to thrive in this current world, like internet and some infrastructure and so on. So this is kind of, if you think about energy demand, this is kind of like the base load, the minimum things that if you get removed from, they will cause harm. And I see then the fundamental human needs more as the peak load, or the things that are really needed just to thrive completely, you know, really flourish and really reach full potential. But I mean, how to put all this in a macroeconomic model, I'm not sure if that's possible or if that's even desirable. I'm not an economist, by the way.
Thank you. Thanks. I don't think I have much to say, but yes, Manfred offers an amazing language or new tools to deal with problems that in neoclassical economics we just can't. I don't know if Luis is trying to talk.
Sorry, yeah, that was, sorry, that was, yeah. You did a nice parallel between the two sort of frameworks, but I think you're missing a key point, which is in a sense, the neoclassical economics assume that your utility function is, you are fully aware in a sense of what you care about. Whereas it seems to me, I'm not an expert on human scale development at all, but it seems to me that Manfred is assuming actually people perhaps are not subjectively aware of what actually fulfill their human needs, their inner needs. And I think that's a key distinction. I think in the example you mentioned between the US and this town in India, it seemed to me the conclusion there would be, well, actually people in India might be much more aware of their inner needs than the people in the US, because if they ask for more televisions, given that that's a destroyer or it doesn't really, it's not synergic or whatever, that means they're not really fully aware of their internal needs. Whereas in the other case, there are. So they are. So I think to me a clear difference could be this fact about self-knowledge. I don't know if you see it that way.
No, quite the opposite. You actually brought a point that I didn't think about. I agree with you that there is some sort of you called it awareness, maybe economists would say information or something like that, but there's definitely an additional point that I didn't touch upon. Yes.
Something like 100%. There is an objective preference function there that people have not discovered. Something like that.
Yeah. Well, by the way, I presented this thing to my advisor I'm finishing my PhD and I'm presenting this to my advisor who's working on he just gave a presidential address or blah, 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 about Arrow's impossibility theorem and blah, blah, and I presented him. And one of the things he tried to do immediately was trying to redefine Manfred in terms of preferences. And that's one of the things he said, oh, it's like people have like some transcendental preferences and this is some sort of equilibrium, and then he tried to work. So definitely there is some way to translate these things in terms of preferences if you add the right things. But yeah, there's definitely, if you don't take that long step of translating all the things, it seems to be a huge gap between the two approaches.
Yeah. Eugenio, very quick because we have to wrap up, please.
He disappeared.
Eugenio? Oh, that was quick. That was too quick.
Too quick. Well, in this area, what is fundamental for the neoclassical theory, economics in general, is the sovereignty of the decision maker.
Sorry, you don't have the camera. We cannot see you. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. The fundamental issue here is that is the sovereignty of the consumer. We assume of the individual, really. We assume that the individual is the one that has the sovereignty to decide, and that's the point. And in that framework, if it's a need, or you put another name to it, it doesn't matter, or a necessity, a need, or whatever, The problem is that when you say that there is something that is determined for him and something that it can be a need, but he really don't know if it's a need or not, and something has to tell him, you don't know that is a need of you, or you are wrong, that is not a need. Then you create another area of a problem, another problem area which is also very difficult. It's as difficult as the utility definition, welfare definition, all these that were open is, who has the right to tell you that? And where that right ends, you know? And that's the same thing that we are talking before, you know, who cares about the custody or who takes care of the people that set the norms and control the norms, you know? But that's another problem. And the basic in neoclassical economics is that, you know, that the individual is the one that really knows what are his preference and his utility and his welfare.
100%. Agree.
Thank you. I think we could spend hours and hours talking about this, but this is a good thing.
Yeah.
It means we haven't really finished with the topic, so we can carry on. Just let me thank again Gianluca, and let's move on to Jean-Pierre. Are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah. Jean-Pierre? Yeah. Are you going to show some slides or?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah, it's all yours.
I will share my presentation. Okay. It's okay? Okay. First of all, good afternoon or good morning, it depends on the city location to all of you. My name is Jean-Pierre Dussolan, head of the master degree in human scale development and ecological economics at the University of Chile. I'm assistant professor too in the Economic Institute of the university. We thank you for your participation in this workshop, which has presented topics that are also studied in our master, such as the relationship between the thought of Professor Max-Neef and the contemporary economics. In this sense, the relevance of our master is justified by the multidimensional and complex nature of the problem in the economy, and by the context of the global change, the scarcity of natural resources, and the emergence of the COVID. Let me start illustrating a little bit the career of Professor Max-Neef. He was a Chilean economist and started his career as a professor at the University of California, Berkeley in the early 1960s. Later in Chile, Manfred Max-Neef was a rector and professor in economics in our university and in our Institute of Economics, where he established our master's degree. Professor Max-Neef was known for a taxonomy of the fundamental human needs and human scale development in 1983. And so he was awarded the Right Livelihood Award for revitalizing small and medium-sized communities through the barefoot economics. And he wants to the Kenneth Bowling Award, the highest honor conferred by the International Society for Ecological Economics. Now, our master founded under the vision of Professor Max-Neef, it proposed an innovative program that prepared professionals to understand and analyze this emerging problem, climate change and other problems, under a new paradigm that combined transdisciplinary view, such as the Professor Max-Neef theory on the human scale development. This theory is important because defined, developed based on a matrix of fundamental human needs and research that we are currently conducting in the University of Austral allow us to take note of the substantial presence of the theory in books about the sustainable development economy, among other areas. And so the methodological application of the matrix of fundamental human needs surpassed the Latin American sphere of the 1980s, and it's generalized to academic, political and sociological fields all around the world. And today and yesterday, we can show that. And in this sense, today there is an important need to provide our students with knowledge that transcend the limit horizon of knowledge typical of their academic training, in order to be able to approach them with systemic vision and other subjects close to the circular economy or ecological economics or environmental economics, among other areas. And finally, in this last slide, I would like to highlight that the master's degree in human scale development and ecological economics at the University of de Chile aims to prepare professionals to address development problem with transdisciplinary vision and methods, aware of the complexity of the real world in which they will exercise their professional task. And therefore, our training allows us to appreciate the interaction of the human development with nature, science, and the technology. Finally, to note that we have a Right Livelihood College Scholarship for the future interested student. And for more information, please visit the university or website or the master degree website, and we remain available for any scientific or academic collaboration. And thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. And well, that was the last of the presentation we had for today. So we are just on time. I want to finish by, well, first, thank you very much to everyone, all the participants, all the attendees. I think we had quite a successful audience that I think we were all amazed when starting organizing this. We were not expecting such a response, but we're very happy. We are also very happy that a lot of issues were raised and were unfinished, but I think we open a lot of avenues for further research and perhaps collaboration and to keep thinking and discussing this stuff. So we look at this as the beginning of something rather than as just a one-off. In that sense, we think we might try to do some workshop like this perhaps every year or every 2 years. We will see how it goes. So in that sense, it's an invitation to everyone to keep connected with us, to be aware that we might invite you again for something in that respect. The other issue is, of course, the book. We mentioned at the beginning in the invitation that we are preparing a book about the thought of Manfred Max-Neef and how it connects to the rest of the academia. So we're working on that. We're gonna probably this month, October, we're gonna spend deciding on the structure of the book, and then we're gonna decide to whom to invite in that respect. So you might have to wait for that. And also we're thinking maybe we can actually take some of the papers discussed here that might not fit in the book and perhaps just produce some sort of special issue about this, for this, like a proceedings, for instance, like it's usually done for conferences. So we are definitely trying to make the most of it in that sense. It's all in the air still, so we'll have to think about it. I'm gonna share, if you haven't sent me your presentations, please send it to me so I can add it to, we're adding it with the help of Paulina, our PR person in the department. We're producing this website where we're gonna have all the presentations for you to have a look at and keep looking at it. Clara is here. She asked us to share all the emails. So if you have no problem with me sharing the email of the group to everyone, well, if you have a problem, just send me an email and I will exclude you. I don't see why that should be an issue, since now you can find everyone online these days. So it's not a very private information. Anyway, and so I think that's all from us. I mean, on behalf of all the organizing committee, we're again very happy that we had this great chance to meet. if everyone wants to make a comment, make a suggestion, ask a question, or anything, I mean, this is a space and time. So I think that's it.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Luis.
thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I would like to mention that Manfred would be proud of what happened in these last 2 days. This has been intellectually stimulating. It has been a nice also gathering of people who knew Manfred, who worked with him. He will be very happy, I'm pretty sure. Thank you so much to everyone for coming, and thank you to the organizing team.
Thanks, Luis, for all the organization and the committee. Okay, this was a very good workshop. Thanks, Luis.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. So please just feel free to add anything you like. Otherwise, we're just gonna call it off. No? Okay, thank you, everyone. Hope to see you soon in any other dimension or channel. So see you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Luis. Thank you.